Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Uh-huh. Good evening, chat. Good. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Alrighty, guys. So, yesterday, doing more tweaking and shenanigans. I've been playing a little bit off stream, guys. I've been playing other characters. I was playing Symmetra basically all last night. And yeah, like watching replays or basically watching kill cams and seeing where my laser is compared to where it is on my screen is just like completely different. Like desperately completely different. Kind of sad. I don't know what's going on. I'm at this point I might not even buy an X3D because it's gonna be till like the end of February. So basically, the beginning of March is when we're gonna see the 12 and 16 core chips, which are the expensive ones, and it won't be until April when we see the 8 core model. That's another fucking 2 months. Jesus Christ. Yeah, actually starting to think that maybe, oh, it does change the face. Pretty nifty. That might actually be worth $17. The bottom is very plain, though. The only real cool part is facial area. And then a little bit of her upper costume. Bottom is super plain. Yeah, so I don't know, guys. I might just buy a 13900K at this point, or 13700K. I might not even buy the 13900K and save some money, and then maybe someday buy a 4000 series, and hopefully when it's not over $1,000. I don't know, guys. They fucking they did a number. AMD has just dropped the ball basically since the 7000 series launched. And I think they're trying to min-max their sales now with the X3D chips because they know they're desirable. Well, after when they should, like 8 months after they should have launched, and yeah. My battery's going on my phone too, and I don't want to tear it apart to replace the screen, but I really need to. Shame. No. Anyways, I don't know, guys. At this point, like, the new monitor is going to come out in March. It might even happen before I get a new CPU. So, and with my current problems, I don't know if I want to wait fucking 2 months more. I thought they're going to be released in January, and they weren't. I thought originally thought they're going to be released with 7000 series. I thought they're going to be released in December, then January. And then I thought February, because the announcement was in January, and kind of is at the end of February, but basically beginning of March. Only in namesake, because it's the end of February. Yeah. I don't know what AMD's doing, guys. It is frustrating, to say the least. And then there's video cards. I think if I had an option, I would buy an XTX right now. But I don't. I'm locked into the 4000 series, basically, so... No. Velma pitch meeting. Oh, I'm gonna watch the shit out of that. It's only 5 minutes. I'm gonna watch the shit out of that. Don't worry, it's better than it seems like. You're just looking at negative critical reviews on YouTube instead of looking at the curated ones on Rotten Tomatoes, which are either paid for or shilled by bots. Wow. Wowee. Which am I going to look at, guys? Okay, I'm going to get my coffee, guys. Velma hates you. Uh-huh. I was going to take a look at this. I wonder if it's directed at me or directed at people that say 1080p tests don't matter. You go one of two directions. One is either 1080p tests don't matter or they do matter. You're back. And they definitely matter. I really need to wear tall shirts, guys. Not only tall shirts really rare, whenever I wear one, it feels like I'm wearing a dress. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at pitch meeting. Oh my god, and there's a secret tunnel? Wow.
So, you have a new show for me?
Yes, sir, I do. I was thinking we make a Scooby-Doo show, but adult animation style.
Adult animation style? Do you mean like one of those websites that I've definitely never clicked on? Because I don't think we could be making that.
No, more like an animated TV show, but for grown-ups.
Okay, I thought you were pitching me some kind of weird pervy thing.
Oh, that's hilarious. So the show starts with a bunch of high school girls showering.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and just the bits are covered up. This is a lot for a while.
What is going on?
It's a Scooby-Doo show, sir.
Right, and how does an adorable Great Dane fit in with what you just described?
What?
The dog, Scooby-Doo?
Oh, the dog's not in the show, sir.
Scooby-Doo isn't in the Scooby-Doo show?
Nah, and the show's actually gonna follow Velma Dinkley as the main character.
Okay, and so is this like a comedy?
Oh, you know it, sir. We got tons of jokes in this bad boy.
Oh boy, what kind of jokes are we talking?
Well, for example, Velma will be like, hey, if this were a rom-com, something like this would happen right now.
Okay.
Breaking the fourth barrier.
So, you know, that's one joke.
Sorry, what was the joke?
Well, just showing that you're aware that pop culture exists is very meta and funny and therefore counts.
Does it?
It does, yeah. So that is most of what we're going to be doing here.
Oh, okay.
We'll also make fun of adults that watch animation, so that'll be funny.
Isn't that our target audience?
Oh, yeah. Well, screw them.
Oh, making fun of your target audience in a meta way is tight. Get off of YouTube, you losers. I'm sorry, I take that back immediately. I don't like how that felt, and I love you guys. I appreciate that you watch these videos.
Oh, sir, you can't be meta and wholesome. You gotta be meta and cynical. What are you doing?
Oh, my bad. So what's going on with the rest of the gang since Scooby-Doo's not in it?
Yep, you could feel that one coming on, guys.
Meta way is tight. Get off of YouTube, you loser.
Yeah. Well, screw them.
Oh, making fun of your target audience in a meta way is tight. Get off of YouTube, you losers. I'm sorry, I take that back immediately. I don't like how that felt, and I love you guys. I appreciate that you watch these videos.
Oh, sir, you can't be meta and wholesome. You gotta be meta and cynical. What are you doing?
Oh, my bad. So what's going on with the rest of the gang since Scooby-Doo's not in it?
That's where he
sir,
should have
they're
taken
the same old
a
gang
whack
that the
at
fan
it.
base knows and loves.
Sick.
Except, you know, completely different in almost every way.
What?
Well, first of all, we're gonna change the race of all the characters.
Well, I mean, that's fine. In this day and age, the race of a character shouldn't really affect things.
Right, exactly. And then we'll just make a bunch of comments about everyone's race all the time.
Well-
also, most of the gang aren't really friends at all.
Oh, they're not?
No, they mostly hate each other, but they're all in love with Velma.
Is she, like, super great or something?
Yes, she is. She's really mean and condescending with everybody.
Oh.
And snarky and selfish and sarcastic and a know-it-all.
This doesn't sound like a character the audience is really going to connect with.
Oh, they will.
You sure?
Yeah, because she's the main character, so they don't have a choice.
Is that how that works?
It might be, yeah. Huh. So anyway, now Daphne is a mean girl drug dealer, Shaggy goes by Norville and is nothing like Shaggy, and Fred is an ignorant rich guy with a tiny wiener.
With a tiny wiener?
Yeah, his wiener is tiny, which is something we're gonna keep mentioning, because that's
Emasculating guys is tight. Fourth wave feminists have taught me that.
one of the recurring
Which, by the way, is sexist if you didn't know that. Emasculating guys is actually sexist. But, you know, it doesn't matter, right?
jokes.
What's the joke?
His wiener is small.
Is that a joke or is that just saying something?
Yeah, that counts.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, in what way are these characters at all related to the originals?
Well, see, clothing. And almost all their names.
Why not just make a completely original show then?
Well, because every project needs to be wrapped in some kind of pre-established intellectual property, so it's less of a scary investment for you, baby.
Aw, baby. That's a good point. Yeah, okay. So what's going on in this thing? What's the story?
Well, Velma's trying to find out what happened to her mom, who disappeared without a trace a number of years ago.
Okay.
And Daphne's trying to find out what happened to her parents, who disappeared without a trace a number of years ago.
That's the same thing.
Yeah, but I really think people are gonna look at these mean and unlikable characters we've practically created out of thin air and think, hey, what's the deal with their parents?
You think that'll be interesting for people? You think people are going to want to know that?
Yeah, sure, maybe. And also, there's a killer on the loose.
Oh, no.
Yeah, someone's cutting girls' brains out of their heads.
Wow, so is there a van that they're going to drive around in trying to solve the mystery?
There is a van eventually, yeah, but they're gonna make fun of it and how stupid it would be if they went around solving mysteries in that thing.
Just really dumping on the source material, huh?
A lot, yeah, because Scooby-Doo's kind of a silly concept if you think about it, so it's gonna be fun to make fun of that constantly.
So we're gonna make fun of adults that watch animated shows, so this show's not really for them.
Yeah.
We're completely changing the original characters and not having Scooby-Doo in it, and also mocking the original show itself. So it's not really for fans of Scooby-Doo.
Correct, yeah.
So who's this show for?
Fourth wave
Well,
feminists.
I'll tell you.
It's basically the same sort that like Wednesday. Wednesday wasn't really that bad, but it's basically your if you can imagine everyone that liked Twilight that grew up, yeah, and then realized that Twilight's a bad show because it sexualizes an underage teenager, I think, with guys that are over age because they're like vampires and shit, over the legal age, and yeah. And then manipulation and brainwashing and glitter and whatever. Yeah. Basically, it's Twilight's bad and should be canceled, but they basically grew up and wanted more of that, but that is politically correct. And here we are with a show that basically doesn't really cater to anyone except that, but they aren't really a target audience because, yeah. I guess.
Me?
Right, okay. Well, it sounds like it might be hard to get people that aren't you to watch this thing.
Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Oh, really?
Yeah, have you heard of something called hate watching?
Hate watching? Would
Yeah.
that work? Hi everybody, it's Ryan George here. Thanks for watching that video. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and then go to the YouTube search bar and write otters holding hands, because that's a thing that otters do. They apparently when they float, they hold hands so that they don't separate. You can watch more pitch meetings later, but you're gonna want to check out some otters. All right, bye.
For a show that generally attempted to fight against stereotypes, they sure did a good job of turning every character into a pure stereotype. Yep. That's basically what's going on right nowadays, guys. The less you're supposed to care about checkboxes and superficial qualities, the more that you actually have to care about superficial qualities. It's literally hypocritical and contradicting. But here we are in this day and age where checkboxes matter a lot more than they used to. Like when I was growing up, back in my day, when I was growing up, you generally didn't care about people's race or gender for the most part. And now you have to care about people's race and gender, because if you don't, then you're racist, because you might incidentally step on some toes somewhere by saying something you shouldn't, or not having the politically correct way of addressing someone or something that's going on. Yeah, and then people are going to drag you through the mud for doing so and force you to pick a side, which I'm sure they want you to pick your side. And if you don't pick a side at all, then you're also a bad person if you didn't know that, because that's inaction. Yeah. So if you don't pick a side, then you're also a horrible person. It's kind of like you're being forced. You're forced to pick one side no matter what. And, you know, if you actually dislike your parents telling you what to do while you're growing up constantly over and over and over again, imagine being in your 30s and 40s and having people act like your parents telling you what you're supposed to do over and over and over again. Even regardless of what they might be talking about at this point, you know, it's like people just don't constantly want to be told what to do when they're adults, you know, and maybe not everyone's evil because they might misstep on occasion, you know, it just, yeah, weird. But here we are. I'm going to tweet that, by the way. Yep. Second. Not particularly that bit, but rather the pitch meeting. Good. 1 second, guys. Sucks on Twitter. You can only make posts that are so long. Otherwise, you have to make a picture post, I guess. It's the best way I found of making that, where you can actually get information on the Twitter. There you go. Not the intention of the Screen Rant, by the way, but that is the target audience. If you couldn't figure it out, you probably could. Oftentimes, when you are the head of a broadcast or something like that, you have to taper yourself and, meter what you say because of your fans, right? This show's 100% for fourth wave feminists that just want to step all over guys' dicks, so. While simultaneously making fun of the guys and anyone that actually wants to watch the show. Producer guy is much less stupid in this one, raises entirely legitimate concerns with uncharacteristic frequency. Yep. Brian breaking the fourth wall to be wholesome to us really means a lot to me. Uh-huh. Okay. Too long, we're going to watch Travel Geek tonight. Let's take a look at... I don't think we have time for all of these. Let's take a look at this. This might just be a lecture rant, and if it is, we probably aren't going to watch it, but we'll see. Uploads.
Welcome back to Harbour Unboxed.
Thank you.
Today, I'm explaining something I think many of you already understand. You might be wondering, why am I explaining it then? Well, hopefully there'll be some interesting tidbits in here for those of you who already have a pretty firm grasp on what we're about to talk about, but I've seen as the channel grows, I think we're getting a lot of new people coming that may be new to PC tech, developing an interest in it.
Was I in here? Was I in here? We're going to play at quarter speed, guys. I have to see if I'm in here. Quarter speed.
For those of you who
Quarter speed.
already have a pretty firm grasp on what we're about to talk about, but I've seen
John Doe. Oh. No, it's actually people that are wondering why he's testing 1080p. Which he doesn't really. It's kind of like at the end of the video, there's usually a culmination chart, but he doesn't actually go over it extensively. I love 1080p. I mean, he tests 4K. Some of these don't look real because he actually does test 40p and 4K, and 1080p is actually a small portion of... his test data. John Smith, John Doe. Are these fake comments? Harder Unbox, are these fake comments? Original catfish. Where am I? I'm the one person that asked for more 1080p benchmarks. Because there's a couple of reviews where he doesn't include them. Chris, where am I? Chris! Where's my comment, Chris? It's basically a bunch of people that are hating 1080p on benchmarks. By the way, 1080p is like more than that. It's like 70% of users. If you guys, he's probably going to show this. I talked about this when I made this comment, by the way. I need to change my name. Jack Rag. This is supposed to be a dwarf name. That it appears, if you read it a different way, it sounds like Jack Rag. And that's not where we want to be. Let's see. Because it actually matters a lot. Because the hardware survey is showing like 70% of players are still on 1080p. Steam survey. No. Dude, fucking the Steam library is a giant, like the Steam platform is just one giant horrible place to browse. Steam survey. And with Google, we just found it instantly. It's on there somewhere, by the way. And then we scroll down to monitors. Where are monitors? Primary display resolution, 1080p, is at 64%, followed by 720p derivatives, which is here, by the way. He's right here. It looks like it went down a little bit. These are all basically 720p derivatives, which is almost as much as 1440p. And 4K is way down fucking here, which is about 4%, which is less than 720p. There's less people playing a 4K than there is a 720p. Well, the 720p-ish resolution, which I'm sure he's going to show you guys.
Coming that maybe new PC tech. Developing interest.
We didn't make an appearance, unfortunately.
There are a few basic test methods that I think need explaining, and although I do my best to explain this stuff in our regular content, it's difficult to give in-depth and really clear examples of what we're talking about without getting completely derailed from the original content. Recently, I've started to see an overwhelming amount of comments complaining about how we test hardware in our reviews, namely CPU reviews that look at gaming performance. In that example, we typically focus on low resolution testing, so 1080p in our case, as this helps to alleviate the GPU bottleneck, allowing us to more closely look at actual CPU performance. That being the case, we ideally want to use the most powerful gaming GPU possible, and today that's the GeForce RTX 4090. This combination of a powerful GPU and a low resolution means that in most instances we will be limited by the CPU, and therefore we'll be able to compare the gaming performance between various CPUs without any kind of system limitation which could risk spoiling the results. Now, the pushback to this approach is the alleged claim that it's unrealistic, claiming that no one is going to use an RTX 4090 at 1080p.
I will.
And certainly no one is going to do so with a mid-range to low-end CPU. And while this does seem likely, it's really not the point, and in fact it misses the point entirely.
Yep.
And at this point, I've heard basically every argument there is for why low-resolution testing with a high-end GPU is misleading or pointless, and I'm here to tell you in no uncertain terms that they're all wrong. But of course, I'm not simply expecting you to just take my word for it. Instead, I've spent a few days benchmarking in an effort to gather enough data that should make it clear why we, and pretty much all other reviewers, test the way we do. But before we get into it, today's sponsor spot is brought. Okay, so one step was to go back and test some older CPUs with a range of graphics cards of varying performance. A big part of the reason why we want to know how powerful a CPU is for gaming is not just so we can see what it offers today, but how it might stack up in a few years from now. The Intel Core i7-8700K was released back in October of 2017 for $360, and at the time it was the fastest mainstream desktop CPU for gaming. Then 6 months later, AMD released the Ryzen 5 2600X for $230, and it was one of the better value gaming CPUs on the market at the time. Both packed 6 cores, but occupied very different price points, with the Core i7 configuration costing around 60% more. Back then, some made the argument that the $700 US GeForce GTX 1080 Ti wasn't a good GPU to test the $200-ish Ryzen 5 processor with because it was just too expensive, claiming that the $400 GTX 1070 would be a far more realistic and suitable pairing. So let's take a popular and demanding 2017 title and run a few tests, and Assassin's Creed Origins instantly came to mind. Now, if we were to compare the 8700K and 2600X at 1080p with the ultra-high preset using the GTX 1070, we'd find that both CPUs are capable of around 70 FPS, and that's certainly very playable performance for such a title. This then
1080p and 24-inch till I'll die. I mean, I'm willing to go up. I'm not willing to sacrifice performance to go up in resolution, which is the trade-off right now. Even the 500 hertz that's coming out, which is bleeding edge, is 1080p, right? 500 hertz monitor is 1080p, and it's a TN panel.
5 years later, what can be basically considered entry-level performance, ignoring the absolutely terrible products such as the RTX 3050 and 6500 XT. Then, if we were to use the RTX 3080, the margin balloons out to 21% in favor of the Core i7 processor, and this appears to be the limit for both CPUs as the margin doesn't change with a significantly more powerful GPU in the RTX 4090. That means in this title, the 8700K is 20% faster than the 2600X. And for those of you who held on to their CPU for 5 years and upgraded to an RTX 3080 as early as 2 years ago, would have enjoyed considerably more performance had they purchased the Core i7.
He never used to. This is a retcon article. This is a retcon article because he never used to do this, and I would complain about him testing CPUs in a GPU-bound scenario. This is a retcon article. Holy fuck! He never really took a firm stance on it in the comments, but now he is because it makes sense to him. Where I actually asked a couple different times why they didn't actually test in Anantech tests in 480p. Because not necessarily the best games in the world, but they do test in 480p. See. Have any reviews here? Their reviews are really late. They have like one guy that does reviews now. $720p and lower. Like, I'm willing to go up in resolution too. I don't think I'm willing to go up in, I think 24 inches is absolutely perfect. And 27 is definitely pushing it. There, 40p. Six or seven. %.
Now, the Riftbreaker is a late 2021 release, and it is a very CPU demanding game. Even so, using the GTX 1070 saw the 8700K just 4% faster than the 2600X when comparing the average frame rate at around 50 FPS. Now, upgrading to the RTX 3060, that saw the margin grow by more than 3 times to 15%, but even the RTX 3060 is heavily masking what the true margin really is, as we see with the RTX 3080, the 8700K produced 44% more performance. And this is the actual performance difference between these two CPUs.
Elevating.
We saw the same margin when using the mighty RTX 4090. Okay, so hopefully those were some eye-opening results for those of you pushing for GPU-limited CPU testing. I think it's also...
I literally said this! I said this over a year ago! Holy shit. Remember how I mentioned, guys, when you mention a comment to a streamer or to a tuber and they know they're wrong, they won't admit they're wrong, they won't acknowledge the comment, but they will eventually work it into their methodology after the commenting has died out. Because they think that you're not going to bring it up again, and then they won't have to talk about the fact that they're wrong in the first place. They don't test at 480p, they don't test 720p, and I even pointed out when they were testing CPUs that not testing lower than 1080p matters a lot because you're going to end up in a scenario where there's going to be a new video card coming out. This is like TechTubing not TechTubing, Reviewing 101 from over a decade ago. Tech Report was doing this shit over a decade ago, and Anantech was doing it for a long time, and they haven't been doing it. But they weren't taking a firm stance on it. They're just doing what they were doing.
That there are many different kinds of gamers who watch our content. Some of you play single-player games, for example, and therefore typically like to prioritize visuals over FPS. So in that example, 60 FPS might be the target, in which case something like a Ryzen 5 2600X, which we just saw in some previous testing, that'll most likely keep you happy, even in 2023. But others might enjoy competitive multiplayer shooters where 120 FPS
Yep.
might be the minimum acceptable frame rate,
Yep.
with the target more like 200 FPS.
That's more like your
potentially
1%
greater.
is
The
120
point is,
FPS.
the games you play aren't the same games everyone plays.
Stuttering
way you
kills
like
you
to play
guys.
your
Stutter
game
is death.
Isn't the way
That
everyone
needs to be a
likes play
meme.
them.
Stutter is death
For example, I
in
target
FPS
a
shooters.
minimum of 90 FPS, as this is the highest input delay I'll accept when playing most games, even single-player titles like Watch Dogs Legion, for example. And that means
I've mentioned
I'd
this
be
before.
better
It's one of the
served
reasons
by
I tend not to
8700K
comment
than I would
and
for
get into an
2600X.
argument with
I just have to spend a lot more
tuber
money
or a
for
reviewer, is
privilege.
because they will then
Also,
incorporate
a point
what
well
you
worth
talk
keeping
about
in mind
into
is
their
the
stream
fact that the
or into
resolution
their
is
videos,
irrelevant
but
when
they'll do it in a
talking
way
about
in which they will
performance
not
targets.
acknowledge
Remember,
where they got
this
it
is
from. They will
not a
not acknowledge
GPU
the source to
benchmark.
make them more of an
It's a
authoritative
CPU
figure.
benchmark. So
And
if
that's
you're a
fucking
somewhat
obnoxious
serious
when it happens.
multiplayer gamer, for example, perhaps you play Warzone 2
Because that
and you
means I
like
can
at
do it
least
better,
200 FPS,
and
which
I'm
for a
not getting any
competitive
sort of
shooter is a
recognition for
very
doing so.
reasonable performance requirement. It doesn't matter if you're gaming at 1080p, 1440p,
Especially on streams.
or
If I
4K,
see
or
them
really
doing
any
something
other
wrong, I will not correct them,
resolution,
because
it's
A, it turns into an
presumably
argument in
believed
which they'll
for-
usually try to make you feel like shit, and you can easily do that when you're a streamer because you have your entire viewer base at your disposal to literally dogpile, and it doesn't matter what stance you're taking, by the way, you'll just be right no matter what. And obviously it ruins their stream because then it makes it about you more or less, so it's also just rude to do. But then at the same time, they generally won't acknowledge it. I've done it on True's stream, by the way, on True Talent stream, yeah, who apparently is now always ahead of the curve, despite the fact that he literally did not know what tactics or strategy were before August of 2022. That was last year. I pointed out the big separation in his channel when he changed directions on what he was doing, because he saw a video somewhere, or he saw a couple videos somewhere, and lo and behold, yeah, it's an awful lot like he's just all of a sudden learning to play the game all over again, despite playing it since beta. Learning to play the game all over again because it's completely different than the way he played before. And there's plenty of videos showing otherwise. Yeah, just completely changed. It's almost like a 180.
Bring enough GPU firepower to hit your desired frame rate at your chosen resolution, or you'll just lower the quality settings. In other words, you require 200 FPS or more, therefore it doesn't matter if you're playing at 1080p or 4K, the CPU has to be able to facilitate 200 FPS. In the examples just seen, the Ryzen 5 2600X, it can't really push past 70 FPS in Watch Dogs Legion, no matter how powerful your GPU is, and no matter what you set your resolution to. That is the throughput of that particular processor. Okay, so what about another example using modern PC hardware? And for this, I want a more extreme example. So let's compare the $150 Core i3-13100 to the $610 Core i9 13900K. I also want to look at 4K resolution performance here, as that's something that has started to come up a lot in our CPU benchmarks.
Always
For
out of the
whatever
curve,
reason,
guys.
Some of you think the 4K data would be useful, so let's go and address that. Starting with Watch Dogs Legion at 1080p, here we see that when using what is arguably a more suitable GPU for a Core i3-13100 and the GeForce RTX 3060, the 13900K is a mere 3% faster when comparing the average frame rate. So is that useful data? In my opinion, no, but let's dig a little bit deeper. Now, when using the RTX 3080, the 13900K is 50% faster.
What he needs
than
to
the
point out here
13100.
is the
50%.
generational difference,
That is a massive performance difference.
not just between the
Therefore, this data
3060 and
is far more
3080,
useful, as
but then
it
also
not only
later
gives a
on
much clearer
in
indication of
next
the true
generation, 2 years
performance
later, when you
difference,
buy a
but it
4090, if you
actually
do,
tells you what the
4080, 4090,
13900
4070,
limit
whatever.
is in this game. And this is further enforced by
It's
the
the uplift you're
inclusion
gonna
of
see.
the RTX 4090, which still saw the 13100 limited to 102 FPS. However, the 13900K gained a further 22% performance boost, hitting 186 FPS, making it a staggering 82% faster than the 13100, and that's quite a different story to the 3% uplift we saw with the RTX 3060. Okay, so what about the 4K results? Here we saw no difference in performance between these two CPUs when using the RTX 3060 and 3080.
This is one of the major problems I had with their CPU testing, by the way, was the fact that they don't test lower resolutions because they need to. Because there's scenarios where it's not going to matter as much, i.e. 2 years from now, there's going to be... We could pretty safely assume that NVIDIA is going to release a new GPU in roughly 2 years, and it's probably going to be faster than 4090, called the 5090, right? I think that's a pretty safe assumption. This generation had a pretty big lift too.
A 51% increase for the i9
between the 3080 and 4090, right? 3090, 4090.
at 1080p. There are several issues with this data beyond what I've already shown. For example, if this was a title where it made sense to chase big frame rates for competitive gameplay, limiting the 13900K to 149 FPS with the 4090 at 4K doesn't show you the full throughput capabilities of that CPU. Again, if you want 200 FPS here, you wouldn't settle for 150 FPS. You'd lower the visual quality settings in the hope that your CPU could allow your GPU to go further. Testing at 1080p shows
kind of sad that we've reached a point where people are wondering why they test
fell just short of 200
why they test
FPS,
non-bottleneck scenarios.
If this is a CPU or GPU limit without further testing. The point being, though,
I mean, I could actually probably fucking dig out that comment, by the way.
If it were a competitive multiplayer title,
let's see.
Test with a lower quality preset. Speaking of testing competitive multiplayer titles using low quality settings, here's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 using the basic quality preset. Armed with the RTX 3060, both CPUs allowed for over 120 FPS on average, though the 1% lows of the 13100 did take a bit of a hit. Still, looking at the average frame rate, we see that the 13900K is just 3% faster than the Core i3. The situation, though, changes dramatically when we swap out the 3060 for the 3080. Now the Core i9 processor is 47% faster, hitting 193 FPS, while the 13100 saw no improvement to 1% lows, with a mild 7% boost to the average frame rate. But we're nowhere near the limits of the 13900K, as the Core i9 processor spat out an impressive 302 FPS when paired with the RTX 4090, making it over 2 times
There's
faster
not
than
an
the
easy way.
13100. So a 130% improvement here. Again, we're able to confirm the limits of the 13100 at 130 FPS, so we know exactly what this part is capable of, something we couldn't determine with the RTX 3060. And here's a look at the 4K data, and again, for reviews seeking to measure CPU performance, you can see why these numbers are completely pointless and really very unhelpful. The RTX 3060 limited both CPUs to 55 FPS, while the 3080 limited performance to just over 100 FPS, and we know that the
Oh, he highlighted it. I didn't notice this. From January, by the way. Actually, no, I highlighted it. Highlighted means I was the one that just did that. Right there. And this isn't the first time I did, so this is January.
13100 is good for 130 FPS, as seen via the 1080p testing. So to see any difference in performance, we do require the RTX 4090, and this revealed a 43% performance advantage for the 13900K. So that's certainly a substantial performance uplift, but it's also not the true performance difference. The last example we have is the Rift Breaker, and you're probably starting to see a pattern emerge. Using the RTX 3060 tells us nothing useful, other than the fact that the RTX 3060 can only render 71 FPS on average at 1080p in this title using the high quality settings. So that's probably useful for a GPU benchmark, but completely useless when looking at CPU performance. The RTX 3080 data is slightly more useful though, and while it does indicate that 13100 is perfectly adequate here, it doesn't tell us which CPU is going to be the best well beyond 120 to 130 FPS, or which CPU will end up faster in the future. For that, the RTX 4090 has some concrete data for us. Here, the 13900K is 53% faster, hitting 226 FPS, while the 13100 maxed out at just 148 FPS. Still, that is an impressive performance achievement by the Core i3 processor, and if all you require is 140-ish FPS, then the Core i3 will likely work, and really it did take the RTX 4090 at 1080p to answer that question. Then, as we've come to learn,
I think it was deleted. One of the earlier comments I had was I cross-posted it on Gamer Nexus's review. Here. But I also posted this on Hardware Unboxed. It is 4 months ago.
The more GPU limited 4K data does mask.
I remember
the real
cross-posting that on
performance
Hardware
difference between the
Unboxed
Core
and
i3
Gamers
Core
Nexus, and it looks like
processors, and even the
Gamers Nexus, or
23%
excuse me,
improvement
Hardware
to the
Unboxed
1%
deleted
lows
it.
for the 1300K when armed with the RTX
Huh.
4090 is a far cry from the real margin. Just lastly, here's some mixed data comparing the new 13th gen Intel processors with the
They didn't get the one from January.
8700K and 2600X.
So one of the problems of
Let's
posting
say
on
you
YouTube
owned
is
the
they can
Core
delete your
i7
comments.
8700K and you are finally looking at
But
retiring.
maybe I
Of
may have
course,
misread that, and
you
maybe I
wanted
didn't.
something that would offer
I could actually go
substantially
back
more
and look
performance
at
in order
that
to-
day, because I probably more than likely did it on stream. So I have a stream video of me posting that comment to Hardware Unboxed in my video. Like, if I'm looking for evidence, I could literally go back to that date on YouTube and look at my daily uploads, and then look at my video from then to actually cross-reference. Oh my god, that's hilarious. So much for a Wayback Machine, guys.
warrant the investment. Testing Watch Dogs Legion using the RTX 3060 at 1080p.
Yeah, exactly,
shows
Sour,
a mere
exactly.
6% upgrade from the 8700K to the
I have a 2080.
1300K.
Does it
That's
really
a
matter that
significant
much?
difference in
Not
margin,
really,
and it'd
not
have you
really. And even in
wondering
Overwatch, I
how
play
that's boosting
with
performance.
I
However,
play
under
with
the same conditions,
with
the
CPU or not
RTX
CPU bound. I play with the
4090,
FPS
we
cap
see
because
that
of how fucking
1300K
weird
is
Overwatch is.
actually
It gets
98%
really weird when
faster
you're
than the
completely uncapped, and
8700K,
it's dumb,
basically
but it's
twice
the way it is. So,
performance.
but most
And
games can
therefore,
run
that
uncapped.
CPU upgrade will enable
And
a
it's just basically
truly
running your
high
CPU full
refresh rate
throttle.
experience, assuming you have the GPU power to unlock 186 FPS in this title, or are willing to
Always
lower
ahead of the
visual
curve,
quality
guys.
settings in order to make such
Here
a
every day.
performance target possible.
Almost
with
no one
a
watches
lesser
me.
graphics
It's
card.
okay.
It's a similar story in Modern Warfare 2. Using the RTX 3060, the 1300K looks much like a Core i3 13100 or Core i7 8700K, all at between 120 and 130 FPS. However, swapping out the 3060 for the 4090 reveals the true CPU performance difference, and now the 13900K is offering 113% more performance than the 8700K. The Rift Breaker shows more of the same. Using the RTX 3060, the 13900K matched the average frame rate of the 8700K, though 1% lows were 24% higher due to the improved IPC, and the DDR5 memory bandwidth is likely playing a key role here. Anyway, if we look at the average frame rate performance, there isn't much to report when using an RTX 3060. However, switching to the RTX 4090 changes things, and now even the 13100 is offering big performance gains over the 8700K. Again, IPC and DDR5.
I've actually seen some comments on videos that have become private. That's kind of interesting. Makes me wonder what the video was.
Than the 8700K when comparing the average frame rate, and a staggering 191% faster when looking at the 1% lows. So, hopefully by this point, you now understand why
Asking for
testing
0.1%
CPU
on Hardware
a
Unboxed.
strong GPU bottleneck is a bad idea, and significantly more
And Gamers
misleading
Nexus.
than the well-established test methods used by almost all tech media outlets. Now look, I get why some viewers prefer more realistic testing, which is why we stick to commonly used resolutions such as 1080p in favor of stuff like 720p, the more sort of for science type resolution, though there are quite a few issues with 720p in an RTX 4090, for example, but not getting into that for this video. Maybe that's something we can tackle in future content. And, not just resolutions either. We try to use quality presets that make sense for a given title. I also understand why viewers want to see what kind of performance upgrade a new CPU will provide for that specific configuration, but you can quite easily work that out with just a bit of digging. All you have to do is work out how much performance your graphics card will deliver in a chosen game when not limited by CPU performance. This can be achieved by looking at GPU reviews. Simply check the performance at your desired resolution, then cross-reference that with the CPU data from the same game. The RTX 3060, for example, that can deliver around 90 FPS in Watch Dogs Legion at 1080p using the very high quality preset, but the Ryzen 5 2600 is only good for around 60 FPS, so upgrading to the Core i3 13100, that'd net you around 30% more performance in that example. Meanwhile, the argument that no one would ever pair a Core...
It honestly looks like, because I watch both Hardware Unboxed and Gamers Nexus, and it looks like Hardware Unboxed has purged a couple of my comments here, because I definitely cross-posted some of these. Because of the amount of time I spend writing a well-thought-out comment, I don't want it just deleted, which has happened in the past, which is why I do it. So what's with the point of the flat graphs? I get people aren't good at this 12900K CPU review. This is from a year ago, November 2021. I get people aren't going to be running games at lower settings than their GPU can handle to a certain extent, so it makes sense to run it high. However, it doesn't test the CPU. That's a GPU bottleneck test. Why does it matter? Let's imagine a scenario where it's faster GPUs come out, and the bottleneck is no longer the GPU, and they have a different test results and recommendations based on that. Good benchmarking shouldn't just look at performance today, but also what will be good in the future, and you can make recommendations based off something that will age better. So it looks like possibly Hardware Unboxed deleted 2 of my comments, but then missed one in January on their video. So I've been doing this for a while. It really bugs me when they test a GPU-bound scenario when they're testing CPUs, because it doesn't matter. In the future, we can postulate in the future there will be new GPUs that come out that will be faster than current GPUs. Surprise, guys! I know you probably never have been around for a NVIDIA or AMD release cycle, but it tends to happen every 2 years, and it has for probably the last 2 decades. So, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. There is. There is. I mentioned this before. Not there. I wouldn't say there's a market. There's a niche. Let's go with that. There's a niche. A market implies people are willing. It's in demand and people really want it. I could and have thought about being a tech tuber or just a tech reviewer for probably the last 2 decades, and I could do it phenomenally well. The problem is there is no money to be made there. The best example of a tech tuber is Linus, and it's not because Linus tests tech really well. It's because Linus is an entertainment channel. That's eventually where you have to go. And it's what Gamers Nexus is doing now, where they're doing more than just tech reviews, because you can't really make, even Gamers Nexus has been around, or Hardware Unboxed has been around forever, and they only get like 100,000 views on it. I mean, that's still quite a bit, but you know, like when you got major Twitch streamers pulling in millions of views on their videos, yeah, it's not, the money is not there. And it's been this way since time began. When tech review websites morphed into tech tubing, which is what this is, there's more money in tech tubing than there was on tech review websites. And we watch this because it's better than reading a web page, right? Than a NAND tech review. We don't even cover NAND tech reviews because it's easier for you guys to sit here and watch a video, and it's more digestible for my audience to watch a video on it. This is basically the happy medium between me covering tech and, well, because I love tech, me covering tech and you guys getting to consume it. But there's 100% for multiplayer games, which are almost never tested, and at the same time for esports settings. I would say that there's 2 different scenarios that you need to test as a tuber or a tech reviewer. One is you need to test a fidelity setting. One is where someone's going to turn up the settings all the way, right? That's expected. Someone's going to run a game at 4K because they got a 4K monitor, they have a 4090, and they want all the eye candy on because that's what they're going to run it. The other one is the esports setting, which is, I don't give 2 shits about what my game looks like. I want stable and consistent FPS. This esports setting is something people don't test, because why would you test it 1080p and turn all the settings on low, right? You're getting 400 FPS. Why would you do that? Because gamers do that because stuttering is death, and that needs to be a motto. That would be the motto of competitive gamers, is stutter is death, right? You could just sum it up as stutter is death. And it doesn't matter what your average FPS is. What really matters is your 0.1% and your 1%. That's your stuttering and micro stuttering. That really matters a lot. Micro stuttering is less easy or more nuanced, where it's more difficult to detect it, where major stutters, sometimes called hitching or lag spikes or spiking. There's a lot of different names for it, in colloquially named. That's a very difficult word to say. Colloquially named. There's a lot of different names for it. And both those matter. Both things do matter. I'm not saying 4K doesn't matter. I'm not saying 1440p doesn't matter. But there is a clear distinction between someone that wants graphical fidelity, that will buy a 4K monitor, an IPS 1440p monitor, and someone that buys a 1080p monitor at the fastest possible refresh rate, and they want all those fucking frames going into their eyeballs, right? There's 2 very big distinctions here. And it's very weird when the tech tubers really don't get this. And they kind of, Gamers Nexus, or Hardware Unboxed is kind of getting this now. But even then, they only test like, one game is, I think they use an internal benchmark, which is Rainbow Six. And the other one is they occasionally test Call of Duty. And that's a big deal. But then they still don't test the right settings, because you can actually get more FPS. I don't know if you still can in Call of Duty, by manually setting the INI to the amount of cores you have, because it only will take advantage of 8 cores. So if you have more than 8 cores, not that it can't, if you have more than 8 cores, the game is either not smart enough or the developers don't think it matters enough to actually add a configuration for 12 cores or 16 cores. Yeah, so you actually can unlock more performance in depending on the game with ionite tweaks, which they don't always do. Yeah, but this is something I've thought about. Sure, there is a niche. I don't get me wrong, there is a fucking niche. And in addition to tech tubing, like reviewing, I also do snake oil tests. Right, that's basically what we've been doing with Overwatch, is where I've been testing weird settings to see if they make a difference in game, and some of them do. And I can't tell whether or not they're better or worse, and sometimes they do, and then they just seem to like go back to normal or something. I don't fucking know. Go back to normal, which is probably an observational bias, or I become fatigued, meaning I can't tell the difference anymore because I've been overwhelmed with information and I just can't tell anymore between the two. And yeah, there's snake oils test too, and some reviewers are trying to do that now. There's a couple not even tech tubers, just tubers that are doing this now, where they're testing snake oil settings and trying to be the authoritative figure on snake oil testing. If you noticed, it's another thing that tech tubing has never really done, is they don't really cover hardware, or crypto, even though crypto is a big deal, and especially during the GPU booming phase, was a big deal for miners and for anyone that's likes tech. It's not something you can also do on your own. So like tech tubers will never cover crypto. Crypto tubers generally don't cover gaming. These are completely separate from each other, even though they overlap with each other, because they're both basically people that watch those channels are tech enthusiasts, right? And then you also have the snake oil fixes. So maybe I could make a niche with myself for like the 3 different categories, combining all 3. Snake oil fixes, which sometimes may or may not do anything, and it comes down to human observation and perceiving, because we don't always have tests to test these things, and the tools that we have to test them aren't always good. Like the only way of testing the consistency of your polling rate is with community-made tools like this, which is Mouse Tester. Yeah, and that is very difficult to do. Yeah, consistently do, and then you can't even do it while you're playing games. So even though I can test the consistency of my polling rate on my mouse, it only works on my desktop because I have to fucking sit here, click this button, and then go like this, and then plot the graph afterwards. And does it work? Yeah. And then you still have these fucking outliers. I don't understand how I'm actually getting more polling rate than my mouse is set to. So there's something wrong with the tool, too, at the end of the day. But, like, this is supposed to show 1,000 hertz. It should be flat on this line right here, and it's not. There's all different sorts of weird, nuanced consistency or parts of your CPU or your computer that aren't really completely thought out. And as such, it ends up in a weird scenario like that. That's still a thing. It defaults to 8 cores. There you go. You're a knower too, so apparently you know, because I haven't played Warzone 2.0, but there is actually an INI file, which Hardware Unbox, I'm very certain is not done, because they don't actually mention it. And I mentioned it in their videos to them, but they don't respond to the comments or notice it, one of the two, and then they don't test it in a scenario where definitely you should get the word out, because if you are a competitive gamer and you want those frames, you need to tweak the INI, right? And there's then non-snake oil tweaks, like the tweak I just mentioned, which is Warzone, 4 count INI tweak. Yeah, and there's a bunch of basically tuber videos you don't care about. Right here, 2020. These go back years, by the way. This isn't the first one. Render worker count 3. You want to make sure it's half your CPU cores of your CPUs. It's not. It has to be half of your virtual cores or all of your hardware cores, your physical cores. All of your physical cores are half of your virtual cores, not half of your CPU cores. Most people do not have SMT or hyper-threading off. I do. And it's not half of my cores. It is half of my virtual cores, which would be 24. So even here, it's not completely correct, because this guy apparently has SMT or hyper-threading on. I have it off because it seems to help with stuttering, and I just leave it off at this point. Even though you'll get better performance sometimes with it on, I just don't even mess with it anymore, because I have enough cores where it doesn't matter. SMT and hyperthreading matter when you are CPU bound. If you have a 6-core processor, you should leave hyperthreading or SMT on. I don't have a 6-core processor, I have a 12-core. 8 cores, probably you can still turn it off. 10 cores, you probably can turn it off. I haven't tested that, but just based on generally what the games use. But yeah, it's set to 3, which is horrible. Yeah. Yeah. And then he doesn't really know exactly what he's doing. Yo, like this comment, pin it, you're a legend, mate. Yeah, this is a legitimate problem with the way the game And people go, oh, game developers always know what they're doing no matter what. Yeah, then there's fucking easy ionite tweaks that will actually improve the game. This isn't snake oil. This is not a snake oil tweak. It is it's only putting three major threads onto your CPU. And it can use a lot more than 3 cores. And even if it's offloading a little bit extra in the background, it generally just comes down to here. It comes down to this setting, which I should set to 12. Some people say 1 less than your core, so you leave 1 left over too. So if you have a 6-core processor, 6 physical cores, you set to 5. So your OS has some room to breathe. You'd have to test that, but it also kind of logically makes sense. Now I want to test it. What's the program? It's called Mouse Tester. There's a couple of them. Mouse Tester 1.5.3. Right here, you'll have to find, I think it's on the Overclockers forum. Overclockers is a pretty good resource. It's been around forever. Right here, 1.5.3 mouse. I'll just actually post it in chat so you can look it up. Yeah, like, it makes sense for you, right? You're like, how close can I get it to the actual line, right? And how much is my OS fucking up my... This is normal, by the way. This is just where I stop moving my mouse. But yeah, you need to get it as close as possible to the line here. And some people have it almost exactly on the line, like by disabling services. It just shows you how fucked up polling rate is in Windows. This should be a flat line, and it's not. It has little dips here too, because your mouse will actually, polling is generally based on having enough input. So the faster you spin your mouse, the closer you get to the line, or there should be almost no drops. Like that. Because your mouse will actually pull less when... Or not pull less, it'll have less interrupts or less input packets when your mouse is doing less work. So, you can see it's more concise now when I sped up my mouse. I actually did circles faster now. But this should be right along the line here. And this isn't even that bad. We actually made this a little bit better. But there are all different sorts of snake oil tests, and that's one of them. There's another one here that looks at, and they're all do different things. They all do fucking different things in a different way. And then we have this one, which you can see it doesn't give you a nice graph, but you can see how fast it's pulling my mouse when I move it, right? How do I use it? There should be instructions on the website. Read the thread. And it tells you how to use it in there. I'm not support, so don't. You'll figure it out. So in here, just test instantaneous mouse input and test all your polls, for instance. This is mouse movement recorder. See, it's not always at 1,000 hertz. That's actually by design. And if I move slower, it'll actually have a slower polling rate because your polling rate is not. It's not always at 100%. Your mouse, for some strange reason, will not always put out data, even if it's the same. It should really be putting out duplicate data constantly. Maybe I should even tweet that at Razer. It should always put out duplicate data of the same frame, even if it's not, like, to sync up your clock rate, even if it's not actually doing anything with the data. It should just spit out basically a duplicate data point. It doesn't, to maintain consistency. Yeah, well, no, some people... It's like grandma asking you, like once you become the tech guy in your family, everyone comes to you to ask you how to fix stuff. And then I made a point of not doing that because if you value your time, it eventually turns into one of these things where, you're going to be doing work for other people when someone normally gets paid for that. But I'm not trying to downplay it. You'll figure it out on your own. It's this, as with a lot of these tools, I just showed you how to do it. You just download it and you just click the button and you click it and you go like this. You spin your mouse around while holding the button down. You click plot, and then it shows you a plot. And then you click frequency versus time. There you go. And then you can zoom in with your mouse wheel if you want to. Or also, I believe there's ways to move it around. Yeah. Drag your middle mouse wheel for whatever reason. You can zoom in even further. Look at this. Look at these giant spikes. I guess this is basically my hand moving, by the way. Crazy stuff. We were watching this, though. What's going on here?
Core i3 13100 with the GeForce RTX 4090. It's very short-sighted.
But yeah, there's a lot of stuff where it's just not covered. I guess I would have extra stuff if I included snake oil fixes, actual tweaks that aren't snake oil, crypto, and then
most of you will upgrade your graphics card around
Tech
3
reviews
times
too?
before upgrading your CPU. This is probably more so the case with Intel users, especially during the AM4 era, but the point stands, most of you don't upgrade your CPU every time you make a GPU upgrade. And most of you only upgrade your GPU when you're getting at least 50% more performance. And again, we've learnt this through polling data.
Yeah, you have to zoom in.
So, while
and there
those
will
of
be
you shopping
spikes,
for a Core
and it should end up going lower than 1,000 hertz because it
might
won't be a
looking
flat
at
line.
RTX 3060 or RTX 3070 levels of GPU performance.
Almost no one tests mice
future
too, and mice can
50%
be different from one
performance
to
jump
another.
up in
RTX
performance would
does.
land 3060 owners at around a 3080.
And they don't even test
while
everything.
3070 owners would be looking more at an RTX 4070 Ti. And that's a problem, as the 13100 was a great pairing for the 3060 in our testing, but almost always heavily limited the 3080, especially for those who will be targeting 140 FPS or more. So at the end of the day, you absolutely want to isolate the component you're testing so you can show what it's really capable of, and we as reviewers aim to do this while using real-world testing. The idea isn't to upsell you on a Core i9 13900K from a Core i3 13100, but rather
is that
to
your mouse?
accurately
What is
show
that?
you what both products can offer you, allowing you.
By the way,
to
mice
make
can
an
have the same
informed
sensor
buying
and
decision.
perform differently because
Not
it
just
matters
that,
what the
but
firmware
it
is
could
on the
also
mouse.
be the case that you have two CPU options at the same price point. So let's say a pair of CPUs that cost around $200. Testing those CPUs with a GPU and resolution combo that results in GPU limited testing would almost certainly lead you to believe that both CPUs deliver the same level of performance. So it doesn't really matter which one you buy. And while that could be the case, in reality, it could be that one is significantly faster than the other for gaming, let's say 50% faster. So when it comes time to upgrade your GPU, one CPU will offer no extra performance in games, at least games that are CPU limited, while the other CPU will
what I like to point out though is there is a distinction between people that will quantitatively test what they're reviewing by using benchmarks or some other method and some other methodology which they will disclose to you to make up their testing for how they do stuff that adds reputability to the benchmark. Then there's other people that will do what I call spec testing, maybe not spec testing, a back of the box review. And what I mean by that is there's people that will look at the review or look at the item, and then they'll basically read the specs off the back of the box and click a button. They're like, oh, this mouse has 8,000 hertz pulling. They'll click a button that turns on 8,000 hertz pulling in the mouse. They won't test it quantifiably, and then they'll move it around and go, oh, this moves faster, and therefore it's better, right? That is a subjective review and not really something where I'm interested in. It's like CNET reviews. I call them CNET reviews too. I'm not really interested in those. That's why we don't cover CNET, is because like when they do a router review, they go, oh, this router has these specs on it. They'll literally just list off the specs and go, oh, these specs are better than these specs. You can literally do that by looking at the back of the box. That's not verifying or validating the claims that the manufacturers are making and serves almost no real purpose. And then it goes down to like something subjective, like how this feels in my hand. And that's basically it. And it's kind of worthless, in my opinion, kind of pointless. Tracking is very difficult to test and it requires a very specialized setup. That's why almost no one does it, by the way. And Battle Nonsense was starting to do that a little bit, and then they stopped. So, yeah. Maybe. We'll cover them if they're good. But like mouse reviews generally just comes down to Artings. Actually, they started doing mouse reviews. Artings is probably one of the best sources of information for peripherals and like modders too. Like they added reviews for mice, they added reviews for mices, modder reviews in here too, which are pretty good. A little bit different than TFT Central, but you click mouse reviews in here, and then I like using the table tool, where it gives you all a bunch of stats on the mice that they test. The testing methodology that they have is clearly listed here. And then you can add columns to do things like, let's say, DPI. I think they can also be CPI. CPI precision, error rate, maximum CPI, polling rate, maximum polling rate, which is something that matters nowadays because there are mice that do more than 1,000 hertz, which definitely feels different. Not that all games support it, mind you. In some games that do, it feels really good. Other ones, ambidextrous, they have for finger types. Wireless stuff, I do not mess around with wireless mice. Wireless mice can suck my dick. I'm not into it, I don't care. Oh, input lag. Latency. Click latency. Click wired. And then we go down here. 90 hertz. Kind of fucked up because of the way that their table is sorting this. 8,000 must be at the bottom. Let's go the opposite direction. The click latency here, time to click latency, which is different, by the way, between manufacturers too. So let's actually sort by click latency instead. A's first. 1.8 on the Razer Death Adder V3 Pro. I expect to see some fast hertz mice here, yeah. Zelking M2K is a 1.2. My Viper 8K is at 2.1. Which is all basically when you get down this far, this is pretty acceptable no matter what at this point. And by the way, polling rate will affect your click latency, but it will also, and it depends on the mouse. Sometimes mice will do more than 1,000 hertz on the click all the time, but other mice won't. So, yeah, good evening, Unhuman. That's your mouse, yep. And then even then, they don't really do tracking. So they're even inside of the benchmark of the mouse, even though they do stuff like this, they won't do tracking where they don't have a specialized setup for tracking itself. Let's do the Razer 8K. That's what I have, right? There it is. They travel, they split it up to their own categories here. MMO category is weighted heavily on the amount of buttons you have, for instance. Very visible detailing methodology here. And where they do changes. And they have comparisons here. Yep, style. And then they have subjective reviews in here too. Build quality, portability, weight, comfort to use. Some people like a really light mouse. It reminds me of the day with like the Logitech mice, by the way. Where people are running like, what is the Logitech, the 501, I think it is, the iconic mouse. My friends had that and it's super fucking heavy. I was like, holy shit, how can you use this mouse? Because you're like swinging a weight around in your hand is going to lead to more tendonitis, by the way. A heavier mouse will lead to you putting more strain on your tendons and actually lead to more tendonitis. Congratulations. Yeah, true story. So, as with anything, because you're putting strain on your tendons, right? A lighter mouse will not do that, but then a lighter mice pick up, and some people like the feel of a heavier mouse too. There's wireless mice in here too. They test the wireless input delay as well. And it won't be the same. You can't look at the wireless input here and then look at TFT Central, or TFT Central is obviously a monitor website. You can't look at Rocket Jump or whatever and then see their input delay and compare them because they use different testing methodology. They even look at the mice feet, gliding, material, which by the way is subjective. Even though they'll oftentimes explain it, most of their stuff comes down to subjective, once again, off the box review. But then they also do some other things here, like click latency, and they're actually using a tester with a LED light that they turn on, although you don't need to do this. You could do this with the input delay tester, which I would actually do instead of measuring FPS through a LED light, but I guess this matters too. This is another way of doing it. Expected connection, wired, Bluetooth, it doesn't exist. Number of buttons. They have like literally everything here. Sensor latency. Also shows the deviation at certain CPIs. They don't test. This is one of the problems I have too, is they won't test higher than the CPI or DPI that everyone uses, right? They aren't going to test the maximum CPI that the mouse says it can do, because oftentimes it'll turn into error rate. They don't test it. Why? I guess because people don't use it. Therefore, it doesn't matter. That's not true at all, by the way. I use, for instance, 8600 DPI, I believe, 8200. And honestly, you should actually use the highest DPI on the mouse, and then you should just turn your sensitivity down to whatever you want. However, that's not necessarily the case, and not all mice function very well at high DPI, despite the fact that they say they will. It actually turns into a shitload of error, much like with monitors running on the extreme setting of overdrive. Like, there's a lot of nuances to this shit. Even though this mouse says it can go 20,000 CPI, they didn't test 20,000 CPI. The highest they test is 1,600. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, you actually want the highest DPI on your mouse. The problem is most games will not allow you to add decimals to the sensitivity, right? And then you're in a case where you don't want to do that. And some people say, oh, they don't like the feel of higher sensitivity, which can be true, because it's basically adding more data inputs to your movement. But you can tone that down with the sensitivity in games. Ideally, you should be able to tone that down with sensitivity in games. It's one of the problems with the world. He's a pro player, so it's a good mix. One of the things I like pointing out, no offense to him, one of the things I like pointing out is just because you're a professional at something, like you do something for a living, does not mean you're a good engineer, does not mean you're a good game developer, it doesn't mean you are a good reviewer, it just means that you do something really well. In this case, he's really good at esports, right? He's a good gamer. That doesn't mean he could design a mouse, that doesn't mean he could make a good mouse. Does this mean that engineers should not look at the observational feedback or just feedback in general from a pro gamer? No. But at the end of the day, this guy is a pro gamer by trade. It doesn't mean he is an engineer. It does not mean he can make mice. It does not mean that he's a good reviewer. Even reviewing is a different skill set, and you're using a different part of your brain to think out stuff like this, right? You'll have the subjectivity, you'll have the subjective feedback where he'll talk about his personal experience with the mouse, right? Which is important, and to an engineer or whoever's developing it, it's important feedback because they need to know, like, for instance, one thing that doesn't matter, but will matter to the player is the ergonomics of the mouse. This matters a lot to people, right? And you could say the shell really is just subjective. This shell, what people want in their hand is personal to that person. But when it comes down to what's under that shell, it matters to everyone, which is it's the sensor on the bottom. It's a sensor. It is the firmware on the sensor. It's how it interacts and connects to your PC. That stuff all matters interchangeably with everyone. But the shell, on the other hand, this is, whatever. That comes down to the esports person. But then it comes down to the quantifiable aspect, the thing that they can actually test underneath the shell that matters a lot. Sure, and once again, I generally don't really care, because they do a little bit of that here too. They're like, here's how it feels, here how it looks. You can view it in 3D. I think this is something new. Uh-oh. Is that a piece of dead skin right there? Problem I have, by the way, guys, with mice with a lot of angles on it and textured sides, is this is what I call a skin grater. It will exfoliate the fuck out of your skin. And you know why it's a skin grater? It's because your skin cells get trapped in here, and then it turns into a texture on the side of the mouse. Yeah. I've mentioned this before. It actually looks like, I guess they must have something that laser... Because obviously, if you look at this, it looks like it's just some sort of weird texture on top of it. They have a laser that made this, like a laser system for making models in 3D that measured this. Actually, really cool. I wouldn't ever look at this to buy a mouse, by the way. I'd suggest you just go into Best Buy and fondle the mice there on display. But when you can, this is something that's pretty nice. So, or just return it, buy it, and return it. Yeah, I agree. And to a certain extent, you have to have a little bit of grip so it's not slippery, because it'll be slick when your hand gets sweaty. But you can make a texture that's cleanable. You can make a textured surface that is cleanable, and a lot of mice are not cleanable. The Razer with their grippy sides are not cleanable at all. That just gets stuck in there, and it's just there forever. Good luck. Good luck with that shit. But yeah, Arting's very good at this. They have a lot of tests here, but even then, as I mentioned, there's stuff that they don't test properly that they should test properly. What do we see here for... Oh, speaking of their setup where they actually laser image the mouse. Look at that shit. That's pretty cool. And they can afford it because they're a relatively big testing website. By the way, this website started out by testing originally like TVs. If you're curious about that, TVs and headsets. Another good place to figure out your headsets. I went here when I looked for my headset, by the way. I shopped around here when I was looking for my new headset when I bought it. I went through 5 or 6 different headsets before I settled on one, by the way. An invaluable resource here. Let's see. So click land C, sensor land C. So technically they're testing the precision but only up to 1600 CPI. And I think, in my opinion, that is too low, and it does not measure. You're only testing a certain range of that mouse, and I think that's a really bad idea. My personal recommendation is everyone should run their mouse at as high DPI as it allows, assuming it doesn't produce errors. And a lot of mice do produce errors, which is why they need to test it, but they don't. And some mice will even use interpolation, where the sensor will only go up to 12,000 CPI. And then they'll say, oh, it does 20,000 CPI with interpolation, which means it will interpolate, it interprets the frames between the two, and then makes up its own result of where it's going to be. So, surprise. Yeah, it's not actually, and that leads to a lot of error, by the way, where it just makes up its own shit, and it is worse. It's like the digital zoom on your camera. Instead of a physical lens zoom, and sometimes the digital zooms are all right? But you understand that when you use the digital zoom on your camera, on your phone, it's going to produce a lot of error. It's the same thing. But they don't talk about it. I don't think they actually tell you when it actually splits off. Mice do have this. I believe mine does. This is 20,000 DPI. I think mine does, but it's like 16,000. Matte finish, that's pretty good. That'll generally, I think the shell of mine is a matte finish, and then the sides are that rubber shit. And the matte finish is definitely handling the gunk a lot better than the grippy sides are. So I'm not going to show you my mouse, guys. That is sacred. That is between me and my mouse. You are not allowed to look at my mouse. I think most people do not clean their mice, disgusting as they are. That is the interface between your human fleshy meat bag. And it's just the way it turns out when you emit oils because you're a human. Yeah, because you are a fleshy human meat bag. There's a lot of people that don't really get along with the idea that they're human, but yeah. Anyways, got a little off topic here. We were looking at this review.
Enable big 50% performance gains. So based on that, there really isn't a single.
So I don't know if Hardware Unboxed went through and deleted my comments, or I just never made them in the first place. I'm pretty sure I made them.
Very misleading, and
if I really wanted to, I could go back in my videos and look for them.
It's really not that useful. Not when we're looking at CPU performance. And it's
although I only started archiving halfway through September, or excuse me, halfway through 2022.
In addition to maybe 1080p testing, sure, you could make an argument for that, but it's a hell of a lot of work. It takes up a lot of runtime on the video, and really, it's a GPU benchmark, so it has very limited usefulness. And that is going to do it for this video. Hopefully this helps those of you confused as to why reviewers go about testing the way they do, better understand the test methods. So that was the goal here anyway. Hopefully it was helpful, and yeah, hopefully it helps you make better sense of CPU reviews and just, yeah, understand why we test the way we do. I think hopefully by this point that's been made clear anyway, but if not, do let me know in the comment section below and I'll do my best to address those. And if it was helpful, you know what to do. Subscribe. We have Floatplane Patreon. You can chat with us on Discord if you sign up to either of those. Tim and I can answer your questions directly. We do monthly live streams where we discuss
leave a comment, topics, see if it gets deleted.
Behind-the-scenes content and Q&As. So check that out if you're interested. But if not, that is perfectly fine.
City should be classed as a mandatory watch before buying new CPU. We basically went full circle at this point. Back when Tech Report and other websites were testing lower resolution benchmarks, 1080p has been basically the baseline benchmark for a long time, right? 1080p has been around for a while. It's because that's what the majority of the viewer base is, and because it really matters in non-GPU bound scenarios, which will happen when you buy a new GPU. It's kind of scary that we're in a day and age where people actually... by the way, there's a stutter fix, by the way, for Warzone. Matters a lot. where people don't understand this, yet they feel the need to comment on something as if they are a knowledgeable person. Anyways, all right. Did I do an upload? We are not going to take a look. We're not going to look at B1M. B1M is fantastic. We'll wait till tomorrow. I spent a lot of time on podcast already, so Velmo is hilarious. I think I did the upload already. February. There's 2 R's in February, by the way. First, you have to make sure. I have to make sure that I remember that one. So, February. And by the way, even if no one ever watches my full streams on YouTube, it is just a helpful tool for the future when Hardware Unbox deletes my comments. One of the worst things I possibly have done to my channel is not uploading my videos to YouTube. Because I've streamed for over 10 years. And while I do have some of my earlier footage, a lot of that is just lost to the sands of time. And just as a hallmark of how long I've been streaming, I should upload the content regardless of it not being watched. I should even allow myself that service. I do like this option, by the way. You can turn off basically pushing it to notifications so you won't spam people with your daily uploads. Very nice. So you don't need to make an extra channel. Put it in a different folder. And no one needs to look at that folder. Overwatch 2, although I'm sure some people will bitch about it. We got some hate mail. What do I have? There's no 7800X. CPPC testing is something that tech tubers generally have not done, by the way. Also another tweak that's partial snake oil, but also not. CPPC and CPPC PC is the AMD thing where they'll tell the thread scheduler in Windows which cores are fastest, and then Windows will use the fastest cores appropriately. The downside is Windows will load up the fastest cores with everything, and you just only want it to load up the games on the fastest cores. Because the things that really matter to you is the game. Not all the Windows services operating in the background, it is the game that matters the most to you. So when you turn on CPPC and CPPC PC, which is preferred cores in the BIOS, it'll lead to Windows dogpiling on your fastest cores and literally leaving none of the other cores to, like, they'll just leave them to fallow. So they'll load up your fastest cores as much as possible, which is generally should be good, but that's only if you have nothing running on your PC. So Guy thinks I'm a plant. He can suck my dick. Slowly stick it down his throat and suck it. I'll deep fuck his face. Deep throat him. Good for him. This guy's suggesting something that might hurt AMD. He has to be a shill. I'm literally running a 7900X, and one of the problems I have with it is the issues it's having, which is with the thread scheduler in Windows. It's not AMD's fault, although it partially is. Microsoft is just fucking terrible. Their thread scheduler sucks dick, and it has since Bulldozer. And AMD has never went out of their way to fix it. They've occasionally communicated with Microsoft, but at the end of the day, they still have a lot of issues with it. Even back in the Bulldozer days, I'd say they communicated with them for Ryzen, but they definitely did not communicate at all with them for Bulldozer. Bulldozer is an 8000 and 9000 series from 2010, if you guys are curious about that. When it really mattered, when it really fucking mattered, there was a breakdown in communication, and it hurt performance for AMD a lot. Or they just didn't communicate at all, is actually more than likely. Useful tip, especially for new players, Torb's primary fire changes the target of his turret lock-on. It'll always try to focus the closest target first, but will change the target you are shooting at. I did not know that. Does that mean when I'm playing Pharah and I'm flying in the air and it always shoots at me, he's shooting at me? Torbs, when I'm getting shot by the turret, will almost never hit me. And it's not the closest turret. Yeah, I think there's only rarely a case where the turret is shooting someone else and not shooting me when I'm shooting it. Shooting Torb turret. Also, Torbjorn is so bad that he literally never shoots anyone, and it just always shoots at me because the Torb's horrible. Pretty sure you don't get damage credit. I'm sure I'll get corrected there if I'm wrong. Easy way to figure out whether or not that's true or not. I'm pretty sure you don't get damage credit for shooting turrets. Just like you don't get damage credit for shooting shields. New map! Oh my god! Downvoted there. Oh my god, he suggested 2CP. What a horrible person. We've memed on that map forever. Yeah. I never actually really hated 2CP. People just don't like that there might be a draw. Indie Reddits. They did not disclose what GPU is being used for the X3D testing against the 13th gen in their announcement video. It doesn't matter. It could be 7900X. Excuse me, 4090. Where I said I'm about done. I'm looking for comment replies. I'm looking for my comments. think it was on Twitter. Motherfucker. Twitter censored my... Twitter censored my Twitch TV link. What? They censored one of my tweets because it included my censor. It included my Twitch TV. Feel this wink. This tweet doesn't have sensitive content. Next. Not sensitive content. It's literally channel. Okay. Guess I'll appeal that. Cool. Does that mean someone reported someone reported my Twitch TV link as sensitive content? What? Fuck. Let's see. We covered this yesterday. Supply and demand. Well, there's also price fixing, which is illegal. So there is supply and demand, but there's also price fixing. And the reason you have that is it's anti-consumer practices, especially when you are close to a monopoly. So you can take your fist and up someone's ass, and they go, "Oh, I don't like a fist on my ass," and instead of saying tough, you're like, the government's like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't stick your fist up someone's ass, just stick your dick up their ass instead, you know? Because it's a little less painful. Yeah, that's basically why we have regulation and why stuff, while you do have supply and demand, while manipulating markets completely leads to, obviously a lawsuit, but anti-consumer practices, and there's some special branch of the government that looks into it. Take a look real quick. Why monopolies are definitely not in your favor and why regulation is still a big deal. Because most people only have, let's say, one utility provider, right? Like your electricity only comes from one provider. You don't have an option. And that provider, if they were unregulated, could just ratchet up their rates to whatever they wanted. Yeah, EU has better consumer-friendly practices too. Like, a lot better. They're more consumer-friendly in the EU than they are in the US. US is more capitalistic, for sure. I mean, it's capitalistic over there, but they're more in favor of companies over here. Price fixing, Federal Trade Commission, FTC. Horizontal price fixing involves competitors that agree to raise, lower, or stabilize prices. For example, when two competing fast food chains sell hamburgers that agree on the retail price of cheeseburgers, that horizontal agreement is illegal under antitrust laws. They're currently investigating eggs right now in the U.S. for price fixing, if you guys are curious about that. Also something that kind of matters. Where you're spending $9 on a dozen of eggs. I think the last time I went shopping for eggs, they're like $1.50 for 12. So, yeah. Yeah. And, there's all different sorts of reasons people are coming up with why are eggs so expensive. Why are eggs so expensive? USDA said demand for eggs is trending downward. It remains higher than last year. High eggs price are due to collusive scheme by supplier CNBC. Eggs price have soared 60% last year. Here's why they are so expensive. Wall Street Journal. Ugh. Paywalled. Holiday demand, that's bullshit. Higher production costs for farmers might be relatively correct. It's now like 8 times what it used to be. Outbreak of bird flu could actually be part of it. $1.50. Yeah. Beginning in 2020, they're $1.35. Now they're up to $4.50. It depends on where you go. Right now, they're higher than that. Where I live, they're about $8 a dozen. So, yeah. Where were you? AMD possibly price fixing. Probably not, though. They could be. AMD fucked up with their 7000 series. They didn't launch their X3D chips with the 7000 series. That's what everyone's waiting for. And now we have to wait even longer. The 7950 and 7900X are launching at the end of February, basically the beginning of March. And the 7800X3D, which is the 8-core variant, is launching at the beginning of April, a month later, which is the one that actually really matters. AMD better driver should be a lot better, okay. 7000 X3D recommends an all-in-one cooler. Doesn't really matter. You can get really good heat sinks. I have a really nice one. Get a Noctua. It'll last you for years because they come out with new retention mechanisms that are compatible with their heat sinks. So you can get a new CPU and not worry about your heatsink. Another $100 purchase or whatever going out of compatibility. Capitalistic pigs are controlling the market, possibly. Usually there's enough competition where that doesn't happen. But then sometimes capitalist pigs all get in a room together and decide that, hey, if we limit the supply, we can raise the prices, you know? And the oil markets are also in questionable collusion with that right now. Is another thing with gas prices where, what was it, after COVID, where demand for petroleum, so gallons of oil basically is what it comes down to, barrels of oil increased, but then they didn't increase the supply, even though they could, because they reduced the supply due to COVID. They could increase the supply, and they chose not to. They're just kind of twiddling their thumbs with supply increase, and it's led to a scenario where prices of gas went up, too, on top of it after the fallout of COVID, right? Yeah. Because if they can lower the price, why would they do that, right? If they can do less work and get paid more, who wouldn't want to do that? Fuck the meta, I want to get in the killer's head. It sounds like you're a killer and you should play one. No, you want to be a survivor. Oh, okay. Survivor need to step in Trapper's trap more? Yeah. Trapper is the worst killer in the game because he will actually give time to survivors because he has to put out traps. No other killer has that setup time, and then he doesn't get rewarded for it because oftentimes they won't even go into your traps. So it has nothing to do with where you place them. They just know. They're just nowheres. They just know. Okay. We're going to play some Overwatch now, guys. I did some twiddling off stream. We aren't going to do Ferret tonight. Instead, we're going to be playing probably Symmetra, because I was having a really rough time with her this morning, so, yeah. Yeah, that was just a PR move. Almost no bearing. I think it amounted to, like, what, 5% of consumption or something like that. It was absurdly low. And in my opinion, a really stupid move, even though I'm very generally democratic. Very stupid move because the oil reserves are there in case we have war. And when Ukraine and Putin are having a shit show together, there might be a chance of war, and maybe you shouldn't dump your strategic reserves. You shouldn't dump your strategic reserves because they might actually be needed. It might be needed in a time of crisis, imagine that, right? But, you know, what do I know? The problem with being a centrist, being central on things, is you don't go one direction or the other, so people can't expect to come in here and you beg on one side or the other, and then that makes them feel weird and awkward, right? So We're gonna do some Overwatch now, guys. A little bit late. That'll happen. Doing the doodly doos, so. Alrighty. I go both directions. It depends what you're talking about. I don't think until they come out with weighted choice voting, I don't think that ranked choice voting, ranked choice voting. Until they come with ranked choice voting, I don't think a moderate will ever actually win. It's like impossible because of the two-party system. I need to take a piss, wash out my coffee cup, grab a soda, maybe grab a water here. Biggest producer of oil? I mean, I definitely know that's not correct, so. We are actually now. We beat out Saudi Arabia. You are correct. We weren't. Now we are. Oil production by capita that matters. Because it's generally their net exports, for instance, where we have less oil per capita. That means generally we're going to need to import oil to make up for it. Whereas if you have a higher number here, that means which is Saudi Arabia, you will export it because that means you're producing a lot of excess per person, right? Per capita. Sure. That doesn't mean, by the way, we're keeping up with their demand. What would be good? Oil imports by country. There we go. China, and followed by the United States. India, Japan, which makes a lot of sense. So we still import. Millions of barrels per day. United States. By decades, too. That's pretty cool. China's went up recently because Industrial Revolution there. Lots of people, too. And Japan obviously doesn't... they don't... they're a tiny little island. Very first world tiny little island, so they need their oil. It's pretty interesting. And you'd also have to look at things like natural gas, too. But okay. So we do produce the most oil, but we also import the most oil out of any country. Just looked at the graph, and I don't remember, is China or was it us? Us, right? Oil imports by country. No, it was China. But we still import a lot of oil. Okay. Not that it really matters. When oil is produced, it goes to the world, basically marketplace, more or less, unless countries agree to forego a certain country's oil, such as the case with Russia, and then the Russian oil cost goes down, and then basically all that leads to is a bunch of ships trading oil in the middle of the Pacific, and you never see them. Basically, they go black, they trade oil, and then, oh, look, we produce oil out of nowhere. This is amazing. And it gets back into the world economy anyways because of global trade. All right, guys, I got to take a piss. I'll be right back. 1 second. We're cold as shit right now, guys. It's supposed to get down to negative 15 tonight. And that's without wind chill. With wind chill, it's supposed to get down to negative 35. In my area, it's negative 42 up north. Further up north with wind chill. Pretty impressive. It makes me just happy that I'm living in a house with working heat. That powers a nat gas, guys. And by the way, that's something that definitely... So, like, even though, like, we produce a lot of oil, even with that, like, we still were influenced by the Ukraine war, right? Because of sanctions put on Russia, right? In terms of where we're buying oil from. So we still, even in the U.S., we still got hit with increases in nat gas prices. Not as bad as Europe. Europe's pretty hardcore right now, right? But their prices are even starting to come down now, as everyone's filled up for the winter. My reaction time's around 180 ms, according to the website that tracks your reaction time. So, I can get down to 180. I probably can get lower than that if I test it enough, but consistently can get down to 180. Which is better than average, but it's not like, some of the kids. That's influenced by things like your monitor and everything set up in your PC. But anyways, we're still influenced by the natural gas price increase, right? In certain areas of the U.S. are using nat gas more for electric than our parts. Depends on where you live. Washington, for instance, has a bunch of hydro. Some states have more nuclear than other states, and those are going to be influenced a lot less by energy prices. And some states still use coal, but California got hit really hard. California, one of my friends told me, is up to 35 cents a kilowatt hour. Yeah, because they're dumbasses, and they went... I have no problems with green energy, by the way. But they went to green energy without offsetting the generation with energy storage. Green energy needs to be paired with energy storage if you don't want to do nuclear. Otherwise, you need to have a baseline energy source that can make up for when wind is not blowing and when the sun's not shining. Because you need energy storage to store the energy when nothing's being generated, right? Or you need something to make up for it. And the less coal and gas are being used, the higher the prices are going to be, because then they have to pay for offline time, right? Yeah, they fucked themselves in the ass. Anyone that's remotely familiar with energy generation would have been able to tell you need to have energy storage of some kind. Batteries, flywheels. The best one's pump storage, which is basically a reservoir you raise up and down. Type in... Yes. Type in human input latency test into Google. It is a humanbenchmark.com/test/reaction time. Once again, it can also come down to input delay. This is what I really want, an input delay sensor, because 20 milliseconds actually matters a lot. I am 5 years older. Am I 38 or 39? I don't remember. Today, even year odd year. 2023. I'm 29. 39, excuse me. Yeah. For instance, on my main PC, I've done this multiple times. On my main PC, I will test 180 at my lowest. On my laptop, I'll test 250 at the lowest. So, there's definitely differences in your input delay. Whether or not that is my hardware or maybe me personally, the fleshy meat bag, right? I don't know. And that's the hard part is figuring out I can remove myself if there's something wrong with my setup. It's felt like there's something wrong with my setup for a long time. I've told you guys about this. This is why we keep testing shit in Overwatch, because it feels like something's wrong. 163 is pretty good. I mean, it's not uncommon, for instance, by the way, for your reaction time to get worse. But I used that website probably 2 years ago, and it was the same. So it's always been about 180. And since I just started doing it maybe 3 years ago. You young kids and your fast fire neurons, get off my lawn! Uh-huh. Don't say guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, the distance. Oh. Yeah, it's tough getting signals down to my fingers, you know. Yeah, that's it. It is more difficult me getting my my neurons to fire down to my fingertips. It's true. Yeah, it's at 6'5", you know. Like let's say it's like a brontosaurus, where it takes like a minute for it to get its signal to its tail or some stupid shit like that. That might be completely made up, but I seem to remember that from like kindergarten or something. That's a good one. That's a good one. I didn't even go with that. Yeah, it's the length of the fingertips. You know, I'm thinking something like right now, and then look at that. Now, oh my God, now, oh geez, like I'm trying to get my finger to move now. Oh, now, it's a misfire. Now, there we go. Oh, that's pretty good. We are not playing Farah tonight, guys. We're going to do horribly, and we're going to play Symmetra. As I mentioned, it's really weird when I've looked at the replay cams yesterday when I was playing her. It literally looks like my laser dick is not going where I'm aiming, and it takes a while to charge, too. Which it didn't used to. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And by the way, when I play other characters other than Farah, it feels an awful lot like my team struggles a lot, so... Misfire. By the way, I've pointed out when I fire my gun in the game and it doesn't actually do anything. And I don't know if that's my mouse, or I definitely push the button. It's my mouse or what? I used to have that in MOBAs too, where I'd push a key on my keyboard and it wouldn't always go off. At first I thought it was crazy. That was probably about maybe 4 years ago it started happening and Here's the Storm. I thought it was crazy.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
Symmetra, by the way, I think is fairly weak.
I do not wish to be feared.
Even though she's a tank buster. She gets run over pretty hard, but it could also be me, so.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Doop doop doop. Doop 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 doop. Doop 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 doop.
Enemy seen.
Doop. Rude. Farah?
Teleporter materialized. This place is war.
They have a fucking Symmetra too. Why is there a Symmetra in my game? No one fucking plays Symmetra. Why, when I play Symmetra, is there a Symmetra? What the fuck? I also noticed this. Symmetra is like almost never played. And when I play Symmetra, there's almost always another Symmetra. I don't get it. Or as good as Shroud. Well, that's the problem. It's like part of it is... Yeah. Well, go wherever you want, tank. I'll follow you. Oh my god. I don't understand why there's a Symmetra, guys. She's like one of the least played heroes in the game. And we're getting Symmetras in our game.
My path is completely certain. I can protect you. Aligning sentry positions.
Good. Ah.
प्रकाश से जीवन
Possibly gonna get booped off here. Yep. No. No. It's like he's waiting for me.
I am born again from fire.
Overtime.
Good.
First round lost.
Thinking about next gaming this, guys, is kind of fucking weird.
Score 0-1.
And for some strange reason, we seem to also get a shit DPS matched with me, too. Which I don't really understand. Like I said, it's like the matchmaker expects me to do more, and then I'm playing an off character. And, like, it can't compute that the possibility that I actually need another DPS to compare with me. And now we have a Mei, which is also a character no one ever fucking plays. So, yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Adjusting turret placement.
Yep. Good. Oh, now we have a Pharah? Yeah, we're just gonna leave. This is Stream Sniper. We're gonna go next game. Fuck off, dude. Next game. Someone that's watching my stream. Once again, I really wish this game had an anonymous mode, and it doesn't. And that bugs the shit out of me. Because you'll get people that then start to harass you just because they know who you are. And it's pretty obnoxious. Like I said, Symmetra is probably played less than Pharah is. And in that game, we had someone that was Me Tooing, the exact same character I had out of the gate, and then was responding to me saying, oh, I probably should have played Pharah. You can suck my dick, dude. Fuck off. By the way, I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. And you can't tell when it's also a pre-made too, which just makes it even worse. So, you're obviously going to do worse in a rando game. Blizzard doesn't tell you, so you don't know. By design. Wasn't you? No. I mean, don't know, but it's more difficult for people to stream snipe you and for them to be in pre-mates in competitive compared to quick play. Not that people can't, but it takes more effort. When I'm just fucking trying to fuck around and troubleshoot shit, I don't want to deal with your bullshit. Let's try this again. If we get a Symmetra, we're gonna quit and go next. And I'll keep doing it till we don't. Yeah. Tarkov's difficult for me. I get too obsessed with the amount of money I'm losing, and then I also want to try to save as much money as possible. Which makes it difficult for me to actually A, spend the money I have, and B, also be able to act differently when I have the money on the line. It matters too much to me. Difficult. And then, of course, there's all the problems with cheating and other bullshit in EFT. I've watched Summit play things, and he's obviously not as sensitive to cheating, I would say, as me. There's a lot of gamers that think cheating doesn't exist, and Tarkov has it pretty bad right now, too.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Constructing my teleporter. Restoring balance. Warding in place.
Where'd you go, hamster? Come back, I need you.
A chance to act on my observations.
Yeah? Did you guys see... Did I tell you guys about that? No, I think I told you guys about that. Like, I was having an argument with someone, you know, didn't think cheating exists, and I pointed out, basically, there's an article by Wire where they're basically talking about one of the most, one of the biggest known cheat developers in the world basically got taken down, which was 3 guys who earned like 75 million, and they had 600,000 active subscribers in PUBG Mobile. Yeah. 600,000 concurrent active subscribers in PUBG Mobile. And then they get taken down because... They didn't get taken down, for instance, because all of a sudden, they found out how to find the cheat. They got taken down because they got arrested in real life. Yeah, that's not a win for anti-cheat. That's not a win for anti-cheat. She fucking hit it at that distance, guys. It's fucking crazy. Huh. Ow. It actually seems like it's harder for me to charge my laser than it used to be. I don't understand this. This is not who I want to see. I want to see the fucking, the tall bitch. It actually feels more difficult for me to hit shots as Symmetra and charge my laser than it used to be. And it actually got easier to charge your laser since the patch. It means something is further fucked up. I don't really understand. Let's just uncap this here. Tee-hee! 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 Yeah. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna get that out before I die. Yeah, real money trading makes it worse for sure. MMOs, you got it.
No path is completely certain.
No. Yeah, Tarkov, very I mean, that's part of what makes it fun, right? Is economy.
30 seconds.
Tee. Huh. Buddy. Excuse me while I run away from you. Oh, we gotta leave her. Good. Alright.
Defeat.
Game. Good. It really does feel like Symmetra's weak, and it could just be me playing her. But yeah, EFT is especially bad for cheating. We covered, I really wish I saved that video. I didn't know I was going to get DMCA'd. We covered the video from the French guy that was looking at cheating in Tarkov. And like he actually like was revealing kind of the cheater culture where they would have handshakes they would have with each other where they look at each other and kind of have like non-aggression pacts where they won't actually go after each other because they don't want to, either they don't want to seem like they're cheating to other people in the match, and it's just not fun going after other people that are cheating. Yeah, but they'd start looking at each other through walls and shit, and you could actually see it. Really, I've known this happens for years, but I really wish like I could stream and show you guys. I mean, obviously it gets stream sniped, and you have to put like a delay on and all sorts of shit, and then they start changing their behavior when they figure out who you are. We had a fucker just earlier playing mirror characters because because apparently you gotta fuck me with your mirror character. Yeah. It's not hard. I'm pretty sure, guys, to every one really talented gamer, there's 100 or maybe even 1,000 other gamers that are just full of shit. They'll just download cheats if they can. Like, imagine plats and just, like, shit players in games that just are tired of being shit, and they're like, yeah, man, I can fix this easy. Because there is a lot more people that are at the bottom of the skill tree than there are at the top, or even the middle of the skill tree than there are at the top.
Remember, if you want me to heal you, stand very still. But also, avoid the bullet.
Not difficult to think if you can type 2 words into Google. There's a lot of people that are going to do it. You can just see what kind of people are on Reddit and Twitter and even on Twitch. It's just cheating. It's just video games, man, right? It's just games. Why does it matter so much? And for some reason, some people seem to think that no one cheats, because why would they, right? No one's going to cheat a video game. We'll do one over there.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Oh yeah, there's Mega Dick Beam. And then already downgraded. A little too late. I also needed to teleport out and I didn't. That's not being a dick, that's true. That's true, that's completely true. It's like cryptocurrency and like crypto mining. Some areas that have cheap power, you're like, holy shit, man. There's like, I think it was Peru? It's one of the South American countries has basically free power due to basically being socialized. They have free power and they just abuse the fuck out of that with crypto mining. Of course, they got sent to jail once they eventually got figured out, but if you can, there's a lot of people, you know, if you have the opportunity to cheat, like look at Twitch, right? If you are a normal person living a normal life and all you have to do to make an earning is cheat at a video game, like put this into context. All you have to do to make an earning in your life is cheat at a video game, which arguably doesn't even fucking matter. And there's a lot of people that would do that, right? It is very easy when you put into context. Oh my god, I missed that. It's very easy when you put into context people cheating that they're going to. That's people that are, you know, have a monetary reason to cheat, right? I guess you could say. Oh, big dick charge. Big dick charge energy. Thank you. It feels an awful lot like they actually have to make Symmetra's beam wider, or longer, excuse me. I don't think necessarily they have to make it... No! I just got full charge! Give it back! I want the charge energy! And got headshot. It feels like Symmetra needs to have a longer beam. Like slightly, I'd say maybe 10% longer to keep her out of a little bit of like the insta-gib radius range. And then maybe it needs to charge even faster than it currently does. Or maybe not charge faster, it just needs to have more...
Heroes never die.
Why are there so many people playing just weird characters now? This is fucking weird. Headshot. I'm pretty sure this is a guy I've reported for before for cheating, but it's more difficult when you're not playing Pharah to figure out who's cheating or not. You do a lot of line of sight, and sometimes they'll miss you and shoot a different player. Yes, that's what we got to go with, so. They need to not, it shouldn't charge faster, it should have more leeway as to when the beam falls off before it decharges. Which they changed, by the way, when they buffed her, and I told her as a nerf when they nerfed her. Where they supposedly buffed her because it charges faster, but you also lose that charge faster now. I'm not putting out my turrets because I don't normally play Symmetra and I'm yakking to you guys. You can't deflect. Can't deflect that.
Sentry ward in place. Teleporter manifested.
Some options. Why would you do this here? What? He just fucking one-shot my turret out of the air. Which is usually a pretty good sign he's cheating. Is if his aimbot that might have... Let's take a look here. No, we didn't get to see that. So aimbots will also do things depending on how it's programmed. Will click to turrets. That includes your mini sentries when it's flying through the air, that guy. And you'll actually see them flick to the turret, which most players will not do. That's not good. No, we still made it.
Our fates are entwined.
Rude.
Stay near the immortality field.
Yeah, it could also be, once again, I have problems with my PC, and that's part of why we're playing Sim right now, is because it feels like when I'm on the kill cam, you see the laser going back and forth is not in line with what it's doing on my screen. There's some desync happening. But yeah, I had Reinhardt's, for instance, where you have to get too close to charge your beam, after which point, oh, that's not good. I guess you want to ult me, you can. I'm not going to use my ult. But yeah, Sim Beam, you have to be too close, and then it doesn't give you enough time to maintain the charge after you get charged. Which is one of the things they actually nerfed. Let's see if I can get this right. That was a tail that just came through the wall. Ah.
The way is still open for me.
And by the way, I don't think Sim's a bad character. Lots of potential, as the kids say, right? Bong! 0.75 of invulnerability. Come back, little guy. I got a big dick of energy for you. Oh yeah. Like it feels like you can't deflect that. Genji just killed me with oh, she's dead. Got another Q. We're gonna have to get this out right away. Do it, Ramada. It's basically the end of the game, so no use holding on to that. And then there's certain things that just go through your shield. That I've found out, putting aside melee, certain things will actually go through your shield, such as Genji's obviously melee, but then also who you call his beam? Moira's energy beam will go through your shield for whatever reason. The cow's Q will also go through your shield for some reason, which is when she stomps the ground with her ultimate. This will go through your shield as well. I don't know why, but it does. Yeah. Which is kind of disappointing. Like, you think it'd block that. There's a lot of these characters, guys, that just need, like, some quality of life fixes, and then they'd be fine, right? They don't need, like, complete overhauls, even though they'll probably go that way. They don't need complete overhauls, they just need, like, small tweaks to be viable. Or more viable than they are. But yeah, it feels like her energy dick is not long enough. It needs to be very long. Maybe not long and girthy. Maybe even make it a little bit wider. Maybe they don't want her competing with Zarya's energy dick, but, you know, you can make the comparison there if you want to. But yeah, with Reinhardt, if you try to get charged off Reinhardt, and there's no one around to apply pressure to him, he'll just start walking towards you, and obviously have his shield up originally, walking towards you, and he'll be able to get 3 hits in on you, kill you, before he's even at like a third health. So, you know. This isn't even looking at her like turrets and stuff, or mini turrets, which, you know, if they're too strong, they're going to be very harassy. They probably could make it better. You just keep her turrets the way they are and just make it so you regen them faster than you currently do, so you spam them more. Because they actually regenerate very slow. Like, she doesn't need, like, complete overhauls or anything, which you already got multiple different times, but... This right-click, by the way, you'll see me almost never use it because it actually sucks. It's not very good. The AoE on it's smaller, and it does less damage than Pharah's rockets. I would like to go down there, Reinhardt. They destroyed my teleporter, that's not good.
You are disillusioned. I have opened the bar.
Yeah. It's kind of sad, too, because she got multiple overhauls, and I don't think they're always warranted, where she didn't need to be completely changed, and she was. Some charge here. Oh, yeah.
My condition is improved. Over there.
Oh!
Teleportation portal open. Move swiftly.
Oh. Hey guys, also that didn't go anywhere I wanted to. Like, if they want to, it's kind of weird because they like buff characters and like kind of make them different, and then like Blizzard's like, yeah, fuck this shit, we aren't gonna actually make this character good, and then they stop. Not that they have to be overpowered, but like if you're comparing Symmetra to a Soldier 76, right? Soldier 76 can put down a shitload of damage at long range with very little downside. A lot of the hit scans can. It does feel like my energy dick should be buffed by bye! Maybe. Excuse you. Pardon me. There's a medkit down there if you're curious. Where the fuck did you come from? Yeah. Yeah, no. That was kind of broke up by the shield meta, right? And then they changed the shield meta, even though it still kind of exists. They changed the shield meta.
What efficient defenses. Behold my creation.
Okay. And honestly, they didn't need to completely change the game, which they did. Like the shields, they could have just made them weaker like they currently are without changing from a two-person tank. Yes, please. Thank you. That. But yeah, I mean, back when you have shields, right? There's more ways of dealing with it. Compared to now. So I don't know. Maybe it's like one of those things where you actually have to see whether or not it. And by the way, shield regen, they need to change that so it actually does more. Like it regens faster. Characters that have shields should actually regenerate shields more proactively. Tank's about to die here. Hey, buddy. You or me? This is gonna be. It's me. Your shield bar down here. For characters that have this, it should regenerate more. It should regenerate faster than it does. And it doesn't. I think healers passively regenerate faster than shield characters do. I'm not sure on that one though, but I'm pretty sure they do. It activates sooner and they regenerate faster. A lot of oversights they have in the game when they went from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. A lot of inconsistency where they didn't actually clear it up. If I can get a Q. Oh. But I mentioned this for years, even since PlanetSide 2 days, and even prior to that, because I've been streaming for a long time and loved game development for longer than that. You can balance anything you want to in a game, including one-shots. You can balance them, you just have to balance them in an appropriate way. And with one-shots with Widow, for instance, it's too easy for her to one-shot people compared to her downsides. Pros and cons, right? And, like, making it, for instance, where she turns slower when she's scoped, for instance, would really fuck up snipers, right? Taking longer to scope what you used to be. Alive. Good for us.
No one can hold me down.
Sentry in position.
10k heals, but no one kills them. Is that a Me Too Symmetra? Why? Why is he going Symmetra? Symmetra's definitely not a counter to Symmetra. What? Why? What are they doing? Farah's a counter to Farah! No, she's not. You're a moron.
10 seconds.
We just need to hold them off a little longer.
Even May, I'd say, is more of a counter to Symmetra than Symmetra is. In like her own way, because she can negate a lot of damage in her backs, and she has a flamethrower. But yeah, you could balance the original beam. I actually really liked when she had the ball that went through shields. I thought that was a really good idea as a novel way of dealing with the shield meta. And then they changed that for whatever reason. I guess they didn't want a penetrable beam, so whatever. It's always questionable whether or not you make the shield perpendicular to the enemy or parallel to them. If you want to push down a route and have protection, you make it parallel, but if you want to hold an exact location, perpendicular is better. And sometimes a 45 is even better than either of those, because it offers you kind of both, depending on which way you're going. Maybe even a 35-degree angle. Not 45, 35 maybe. So it's kind of like this side. So you have more room to wiggle, and then it pushes the enemies more into kind of like a concave area. Convex, concave. I don't know. Caters more to controller players. As I mentioned before, I'm a big fan of chopping off the lower 50% of the player base and not even considering any of their needs in pretty much every game. In pretty much every game, guys, the lower 50% of the player base, as long as there isn't something insta-giving them, should just be chopped off, and you should never consider them for balancing. And that's like below average players, assumedly below average players. And then even maybe more than that, like I wouldn't, I'm also not against MMR based balancing, so depending on your MMR, you'll have different balancing in the game depending on what it is, and just make it very visible and very easy to tell what it's doing and very easy to understand. Some games really need that, such as Dead by Daylight, where there's a big contrast between low MMR and high MMR. Oh yes, Symmetra on attack. By the way, we're starting to have more normal games. Go us. I had a bunch of these this morning when I was playing. It felt like there's a bunch of people just trying to step on my dick for some reason. Once again, wish this game in an anonymous mode. Don't know who they are. Apparently they know me. Whether it's in-game or out-of-game, or they just know me as that Farah player, I don't know. And that's really annoying when you're trying to do other things and there's like a fucking hate boner following you around.
Unpredictable allies are still allies. Barely.
Wow. It'd actually be kind of great if they made Symmetra kind of like an elitist purist. like kind of like a I don't want to say Nazi, but yeah, kind of like a mathematic Nazi. Let's go with that. Why is there a Symmetra on their fucking team? What is this shit? We had another fucking stream sniper? Probably gonna get flashbanged. No. Why is there a Symmetra on their team? Like, you never... When I'm playing Farah, guys, I never fucking see Symmetras, ever. Hey, buddy, come over here. I want to say hi with my laser dick. Hee hee. Excuse me. One moment, please. Don't mind me. No, going back. Gonna die. No, he's charging at mercy. I don't understand. Play Pharah, guys. We see almost no Symmetras. I've played Pharah for probably 4 months in quick play at this point. No Symmetras. Playing Symmetra, Rare have 2 tonight. And one, I'm pretty sure, was in a stream snipe game. Doop. Doop doop. Oh. Yeah. Love it. Wonder how fast I can kill that thing. There we go. And for some reason, your laser dick doesn't do the right amount of damage to deployables. So like if you see a Junkrat trap or... Am I gonna die right away? Probably. There we go. Still have some people alive though. Symmetra turrets, Torbjorn turrets. It won't charge properly, it doesn't do the right amount of damage. Junkrat traps. He just shot that out of the air. Good for him. That seems legit. Doop doo, doop 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 doop. I don't know why you jump out in your defensive vault. And just hurt his face. Something you have to consider is like the alternative of a character that does very similar things to Symmetra in a different way is Bastion, right? Although you could say, you know, his kit's a little bit different, but his main attack is very much the same, where he has a Gatling gun, right? And Symmetra has basically a Gatling laser gun. And his Gatling gun does a shitload more damage. Different mechanics to make it happen, but it's like almost like double, maybe 50% more damage compared to Symmetra's Gatling gun. Yeah. Have one of those. Yes, please. Oh, yeah. Not play. Hey, buddy. Oh, yeah. Like this, too. The Baptiste shit. That doesn't take the right amount of damage, either. Oh, yeah. Oh, laser dick. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Alright, I don't know what you're doing down there. Here, have that. Maybe you can get out of there. Not die.
Enemy over here. I see an enemy. Distributing turrets.
That's not good. Cut. In the face! And you can't headshot for some reason. That'd also be another thing, is like, if they probably wanted to upset that a bit, they could give Symmetra the ability to headshot with their laser dick. That would also be fairly interesting, because, you know, obviously more skill-based, and at the same time, it would still offer you the ability to increase your damage. So headshots with laser dick might also be another option.
Teleporter mounted. My teleporter is here. Aligning sentry positions. I see an enemy.
Oh yeah. That really sucks. Bye! Bye-bye! Oh! I tried.
Rocket
There's a lot of options. This is one of the really cool things about game development is there's a lot of different ways to tackle the same problem, right? But I think arguably there's a lot of things that Blizzard could do that they aren't doing that's just better. And there's McCree. Yeah.
Over there. I finished my projects.
Time to go on a rampage.
My ultimate is almost ready. Engage the enemy.
Our McCree friend is very accurate. Good. At least he misses.
No path is completely
Good, good, good. What a shit wall. No. I think I charge off that. Got.
30 seconds.
What the fuck is that? Is it a controller player? That's either a controller player we just saw, or he's cheating. One of the two. Because controller players will do stupid shit where they just basically move their movement keys instead of moving their aim, because they can't aim at all.
10 seconds.
Cut.
Placing a turret here.
Doo. Doo-ba-doop-doop-doo. 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 Doo-ba-doop. Waiting for my teammates to show up. Yep. Uh-huh.
New revelations have come to light.
Yeah.
Rasta Kulbe ahead. We are outnumbered.
Think I'll make it. We'll try.
Let's take him.
I didn't make it. Game. And by the way, there should just be an option to immediately leave the game at the end of the game. You can just click.
Strike from above. From imperfection,
Just instantly leave next game, because it doesn't matter, you can't talk with people anyways, and it's generally just for the enemy team to gloat at you if they win, so. I have learned the way of Overwatch is literally just immediately leave the game.
Double kill.
I will see my double through.
Double kill. Double kill.
Okay.
Traveling to new queens. Prepare for battle.
You also don't need to sit through the 10 seconds of pick your role at the end of the match, which I don't think anyone actually gives a shit about. Oh. I think we're going to go with the controller player on that McCree. It's pretty rare, but it could be my MMR has gotten to the point where we're playing against controllers. So.
Imperfection, we build a new world. A peaceful reality is within our reach.
I wish I could believe that.
Five, four, three, two, one. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Hey, Casey. I'd have to say, like, maybe even if they changed her beam back. I think also another nice tweak for her would actually make it so she can throw turrets while she's attacking. They give her a turret launcher or something. I don't fucking care. Yeah. Playing Symmetra because my my laser dick seems to be different compared to what it looks like on screens.
I have opened the bar.
Is that a Me Too Symmetra? No, that's a Moira. When she had the beam that locked people, she was a lot like Moira. Now she's more like Zarya, so there's always going to be overlap between
The way is still open for me.
between heroes. Same thing with MOBAs, right? You'll just have some abilities that look a lot like other abilities from other heroes and shit. That being said, there's a lot of stuff in MOBAs that they haven't done in Overwatch, so.
Teleportation portal open. Marking my teleporter.
Thanks.
Look, it took her like the same amount of time to walk to it as it did
Sentry in position.
going. No. Yeah. Wait, what? She killed me with that. What the fuck was that? What?
There is always more to learn.
What did I see? Did she actually hit me with that? I have 25 MS ping. The fuck is going on in my games, guys? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. An extra 10% on range? Doo-ba-doo-doo. Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. That's a waste, but that's okay. He scratched his ass. I think he did.
Teleporter materialized. Get over here. Casting a sentry wall. Enemy here.
Why are they chasing me? What?
They have taken hold.
I think my teleporter is up. I could have escaped that too. Then there's obviously user error where I just can play the character better, right? Not remembering to use my turrets enough. Not using my teleporter enough.
We need to put a stop to their push.
The robot is in our possession. Move with
My ultimate is ready.
Sim beam, you just can't see. It's nuts. What? That is the Genji.
Positioning sniper.
Gotcha. I swear when you get Widow Mind, it increases the accuracy of Widows by like 500%.
I finish my projects.
Yeah, if I knew what was going on with my internet or everything, I would let, you know, good. But apparently Genji can't see my beams, so. Although it'd be kind of weird to expect me walking towards him wouldn't have a beam coming out of my dick, but whatever. These right clicks are like next to worthless, by the way. Could eat up.
The way is still open for me. Constructing my teleporter. Aligning sentry positions.
We've got the robot.
What was that? Oh.
Teleporter manifested.
No one can stop me.
Turret materialized. Enemy contact. Time for the reckoning.
That's their whole team. No. Moira's Suck Beam also has health regen attached to it.
Come to light.
Health leech. Life leech. Good, and Symmetra does not. Symmetra has shields, which are actually really shit, because they don't regen that fast. Or, the delay before regeneration too.
Spawn activated.
Good.
I'm ready to rally. Help me.
The advantage is in sight.
Let the push commence.
Adjusting turret placement.
Help, please. DYVM. Like trying to figure out when I should retreat and when I should just keep lasering. And then being able to sit like a run. I think you also slow down while you're lasering too. So if I laser, I think I move at 90% speed. That's also a pretty big deal.
Over there.
Christ. And this goes through the fucking wall for some strange reason.
Surrender to my will.
Good.
A chance to act on my observations.
Wouldn't want the super overpowered Symmetras getting away with having a wall up, you know. Uh-huh.
Back in control. Surrender to my will.
Didn't make it out, guys.
We cannot.
Cool.
Seconds remaining.
New revelations have come to light.
My ultimate is charging.
Rasta khul gaya hai.
Time for the reckoning. They took the robot.
It's like half my health with... They must do 100 damage.
Still open for me.
More than 100, 120 damage. Good.
My ultimate is ready.
10 seconds.
Enemy in sight.
That's not good.
His place is
No! Oh. No, I should have queued before I died. Even if it's a shit queue, it's better than no queue. Oh no. That's a big waste. We have a Bridget, by the way. Who actually is out healing our Moira. Oh, buddy. Oh. I can go across the map. What am I doing? I hope that's in a good spot. It's doing something. What am I doing, guys? I have a dick that goes across the world. Ooh. I have a wall that goes across the world, and I wasn't using it. Oh no. Good. Okay. Next game. Our Symmetra out-healed our Moira. You're not Symmetra, our Bridget out-healed their Moira. Bridget is not a strong healer, by the way. Yeah, I think just in general, guys, I just enjoy Overwatch more just by immediately leaving the game, no matter what. So at the end of the match, just immediately leave, do not interact with any of the players, and just move on to the next game. Because you can't really interact with them anyways, so it doesn't really matter. There isn't even an option. Why even bother? Cards. Pachi really doesn't matter because it's all sorts of fucked up, so.
Traveling to Nepal.
Why even bother? Same guys. Kind of looks that way. We have a Torbjorn on our team for some reason. So another reason I don't like playing off heroes, guys, is because you get people that just do stuff. They're like, oh my god, this guy's doing an off hero. I want to play an off hero too. You know, while they wouldn't actually. If you leave after the defeat screen or win screen pops up, you don't get a penalty for it, so it doesn't matter.
Certain centipedes kill prey 15 times their size.
What are you saying?
I'm advising my prey.
Suck my dick, Moira. Just like stick it down your throat and lick it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Notice how none of the guys are actually condescending to the chick characters? Weird, huh? I think Reaper used to be the closest thing to that, and then they removed that, so. I want that. I want that. I want that. Yeah. Almost. Yeah, the map was over.
The objective is now active.
I will not lose focus. Constructing my teleporter.
Yeah, Reaper isn't really a dick to anyone anymore, even though he's supposed to be kind of like the angry character, and he's not.
Positioning turret.
I don't know how deep I want to go, so. I really should be down here with this guy. Okay, bye. He's trying to be a super secret ninja, you can. There we go. Wasting my ultimate when they're already basically dead. Hey, buddy. I don't. He was around there somewhere. I don't know where he was. I think he landed up top. Kiriko's an asshole? Yeah, Kiriko's an asshole.
No path is completely certain.
I don't know why anyone would be remotely friendly towards Kiriko in the game. She's a dick. Why would you, like, did she perform really well or something? Like, what? Oh my god, Ice! Good evening, dude. Your sleep schedule must be super fucked up. Glad it is fucked up, because now you can be here, so.
Aligning sentry positions. Marking my teleporter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, didn't get it. No, we're just doing something different, because I'm watching Symmetra, because of her laser dick, you can kind of see the desync easier between character and what's happening in the game.
I finished my.
She has a laser beam, so. It's not hit scan. And something different too. But I was playing her earlier today and it's pretty easy to see that there's a... Hey guys, what's going on down there? Might die. Nope. You have to get too close to things that hurt you guys. She needs like a 10% range extension on her dick. I'd say 10% or maybe 15% range extension on her dick would be what she needs to be more effective. And then make it so it doesn't drop off so easily. That just came up. I'm gonna pretend like I was holding that. But something different to play, so not really permanent change. I do like Pharah. Torb OP. Huh. Our Torb is a shitload of damage. It's true. Apparently Ori's cheating one of the two. That's always fun. But he's on our team, so you can't tell. I doubt that's all his turret. Doop doop doop. Doop 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 doop. Doop doop doop. Doop 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 doop. Doop doop doop. Good. Why? When we have a Torburn that's killing everyone, am I the one that's getting focused? I don't know. Good question. It's like people can't hit tab and look at the scoreboard here. Good question, guys. I'm not playing Pharah, and I'm not doing exceptionally hot. Unfortunately, he went that direction instead of the right. I thought he was going to go to the right. You know, this guy's over there, apparently.
New revelations have come to light.
He was waiting for me. Is he cheating? Looks an awful lot like a wall hack. Good. That's weird. Maybe the teleport sound? That's pretty interesting. Aw.
One step closer to perfection. This place is war.
You're fine.
My ultimate is
Poison.
Behold my creation.
Engaging the enemy.
meteor strike.
Yahi karambasta vikta hai. Adjusting turret placement.
Yeah, she needs maybe even longer than that, maybe 15% range extension, I'd say. We just got outranged by Reaper, who was doing more damage than I was while at range. Like, his effective range goes up further than me with my laser dick. And he does more damage up close, so.
Sentry ward in place.
Hey, look, guys, just meant for me. Kind of weird. Once again, considering our Torbjorn has 2 times my damage and 2 times my limbs. Very weird.
With each failure comes new.
Once again, this game would benefit immensely from an anonymous mode. I don't know why they're focusing me, but they definitely are. And it's nothing to do with my in-game performance. That. Yeah.
Sentry in position.
Oh. Next game. Okay, I gotta take a piss, guys. Yeah. Yeah. We had Torbjorn with 2 times my damage and 2 times my limbs with less deaths that was not getting focused over me. Why? I don't really know. I was oftentimes by the Reinhardt and next to the rest of the team, but I was getting picked out of that match for some reason. Very weird. I don't think I'd ever play Symmetra in comp. Okay. Oh yeah? Not can? Yeah, I see. Nothing to do with calling you Soda Can? That's from, I believe from Orange is the New Black. Nickname is Soda Can. Mine was nicknamed with Soda Can, so. Baby arms aren't actually that big. It kind of depends on the size of the baby. There's an elbow. I see. That'll happen. That usually, I believe, has to do with trauma. So I'm sorry to hear that. That probably means you were punched in the dick pretty hard when you're younger. But that's usually because of trauma. And what is it? Not calluses. There's a... It's like where you get burned skin, you know, where you have burned skin and your skin doesn't return to the original state it was in. It's the same thing with trauma, usually with your dick. I don't fucking remember the name off the top of my head now. But basically, if you have a bunch of trauma, your skin will not return to the same state it originally was. Like if you have burned skin, for instance, even if the skin recovers, it won't look the same as original skin. Scar tissue, you got it. There you go. Thank you. That easy to know word and just eluding my mind for some reason. Get too much floating around up there. Yeah, scar tissue. So if you get hit in the dick really hard and it results in trauma, you'll end up with scar tissue, and that can lead to your dick looking like an elbow. And I'm sorry to hear that. That's probably going to lead to a lot of unique scenarios for you, because vaginas are not shaped like an elbow. So, yeah. I mean, that's a common thing unrelated to your dick. Most guys can do that if they practice PC muscles. I'll be back, guys. I gotta take a piss, though. 1 second. I got a slightly different nut mix this time around, guys. I don't know if I like it more. Once again, I think I got the best one. Little cum globs in it. It's actually yogurt. Yogurt and raisins and cranberries. I don't know what these yellow things are. Almonds and walnuts. Raisins. Mm-hmm. Currently -5 outside, guys. It's supposed to get down to -15. -35 with wind chill tonight. Like these guys are raisins with yogurt on them. And sweet stuff, by the way, is a lot cheaper than nuts. Sugar is very cheap. Comparably to walnuts. But yeah, not all the time. Actually, those might not be almonds. Obviously, genetics can play a role into that, but if you have scar tissue because someone punched you in the dick or kicked you in the dick really hard, that can lead to scar tissue. Can cause that. Mm-hmm. I'm sure he's joking regardless, but more you know.
From imperfection, we build a new world.
Sometimes when I jump back and forth, things feel really laggy too, and I don't understand why. I thought it was my old keyboard that I had, but I get it with my new keyboard too. It even looks weird on my screen. You can't do sextuple kills anymore. You know what they could do? Is they could make like a kill field with Symmetra. Maybe instead of her teleporter, where you set up 2 points and then it like balls go between it. And you have to basically play Frogger to get through it. I mean, they could do that with the new hero too. Area control, area denial heroes are relatively rare. And they fucked me up, so good.
The two are inseparable, like movement and music.
Well, perhaps I will take your word for it.
Oh my god, he got told. He got told. Stupid male. Lol. What a stupid male. Got him good. Also, it is also nice hearing other people's voice lines for a difference. Holy fuck. Dick out there, put a dick right there.
Stop the payload.
I want some too. I want some. She actually hit that. Apparently she could walk up over the center. I thought she was gonna get stuck.
I will not lose focus.
No one can hide from my sight.
I have opened the bar. Enemy team. Aligning sentry positions.
That's not good.
Wonderful.
Yeah, she needs to regenerate her turrets faster for sure.
Over here.
Medkit here? I didn't know there's a medkit here.
Much better. Come on. Teleportation portal open.
Fell over. Like, even when you fucking hit that, guys... Uh-oh. Even when you hit shots on people with that right click, the radius on it's super tiny. It does no damage. So even when you make a direct hit, it does nothing. It's just like an alternative to your left click. And your left click, once again, I think is actually worse than Reaper. So, despite the fact you can charge it up and do a shitload of damage, when you are full powered, you're still doing less damage than Reaper is. Like when he's within like optimal range, let's say. I thought Widow was up there. It was up there.
Adjusting turret placement.
Enemies in orbit.
Like, I could play Reaper. We should actually take a look at maybe the Reddit, or not the Reddit, the wiki after this match. I'm pretty sure Reaper, obviously, the trade-offs here is you have to get closer with Reaper. The trade-offs with Symmetra is you have to charge it up. However, when Reaper is at basically max range as Symmetra, he does more damage than Symmetra does. Or just about the same, like, it's not enough of a trade-off. I just have to zap on her. Hey, buddy. Or maybe even make it where her beam extends. I mean, phallic jokes aside, make it where her beam gets longer the more charge she gets. Or gets smaller the more charge she gets. That'd be even more different, right? So you'd be at level 1, which would increase. Holy fucking shit. I don't know why that didn't register, but he just shot me in the face. Overwatch, by the way. That makes complete sense. Make the beam get shorter the more charged she is. So then she gets even more powerful, like when she gets in close. Kind of the opposite of what you want to happen, but would allow her to maintain charge longer. A lot of options. I don't know how internally, guys, that just don't, like, literally just don't go in and just, like, hey, let's try this out and see what happens, and maybe they do. It doesn't feel like it when it gets to, like, what you see in the game, so. If they are doing that, it never makes it live. Okay, let me just speed this up. Maybe it does.
Arriving at Coliseum.
Her beam doesn't feel long enough, though, for sure. Ah! Are we losing? Oh, yeah, we are. This should be fun. Oh, we lost. Game. Lots of options, guys.
Welcome to Blizzard World.
It doesn't need to be just one way of doing things either. I still think Mei should be a tank, though, and Doomfist should go back to being DPS. Even though Doomfist is kind of alright as a tank as he is now, because he just tosses the salad constantly. And that kind of creates enough chaos where he's pretty useful.
Heed the plan. Divergence leads to defeat.
Not your friend, bud.
Teleporter taking shape.
Every Mercy basically has this new skin. This is actually pretty cool. I thought it was a set for an Overwatch League team.
Distributing turrets. I will see this task completed.
No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Let's not dawdle. Enemy in sight. Spy.
Yeah, me, you're tasty. Look at this. Like, I can't even catch up. What's the point of the fucking doing this if I can't catch up to her? I'm pretty sure you walk slower when you're holding down mouse one. Oh, I said we were gonna take a look at the wiki, didn't I? That's on my face. There we go. I mean, that's fun, but I probably could have done that with the Reaper much better, so. Except for the teleport part. Ooh! Got. He's got gangbanged. Gangbang! Symmetra would be into it, though.
Teleportation portal open. Get in there, Bob. Water in place.
Make it.
Teleporter manifested. Quite an effective placement.
Oh yeah, baby. We got a Me Too Symmetra. Hey, buddy. Yeah.
Come summon the Starting the sentry. Let the kids guide you in their place.
Lovely. We had a Reinhardt that was right on top of our pushes, by the way. Good synergy. Oh my god, I got pop. Oh my god, it's me, guys. Oh. Good. Good. Oh my god, I stayed around for a pot G, though. Wow. I love pot Gs. I don't even know what to look at for stats here. Like, you can't even tell what matters on Symmetra because of the way you're, like, running around. Like, all these stats, really, I don't even think it matters. I think you'd have to look at your endgame stats. And even then, like, if you have someone that's good at controlling areas, guys, like, there's just a lot of spam and, like, stats that aren't tracked. Check the wiki. Oh, that's a good idea. Hi, game. Like, those games are feeling pretty good. Aim-wise, are feeling pretty good. Let's see. Symmetra wiki. Reaper wiki. Overwatch. Not Roblox. Okay. Hellfire shotguns. 216 DPS. 157 with reload, which doesn't matter when you can insta-kill people. Or very close to it. Healing per second, 75. But there's also fall-off. This makes it complicated. 34.56 damage per 0.192. So we can basically times it by 5. So it's about 150, 160 damage per second. Maybe even 170 damage per second. When beam starts or hits a new target, it temporarily does less damage than normal. If left uninterrupted on a single target, this will yield 23 less damage. Why does it do less damage when you hit a new target? $180 damage per second. Off on that. .12 meter range, 0.2 meter beam width. And damage ammo a second. Unique part of her class, or just overall? Or something when you change targets happens unrelated to her beam charge level. But anyways, 180 damage per second, and Reaper does 216, assuming you're hitting all the pellets. And gives you 75 healing per second. Yeah, 108 times 20. Number of pellets, 20. 1.62 to 5.4. 108. Oh, he does... Okay, never mind. It's maximum 108 damage per shot, but he does basically 2 shots per second. So he can do 216 in a second, where Symmetra does 180, and she has to charge her beam. Assuming you hit all the pellets once again, which is going to depend on the spread. But that's very similar to the way Symmetra works, where she has to get close enough where she can reliably charge her beam, and then to end up at max damage. Where Reaper does not have a charge mechanic to his gun. Zarya, I think, does more damage per second. Once she gets full charge. Very similar charging mechanic to Symmetra in a different way. 170 damage at 100%. So she does... Oh, actually, she does less damage. I thought she did... I thought she did less damage. So Zarya actually does less damage. She got nerfed at one point. Care, don't care. Oh my god, patch notes. She got a slight buff. Yeah, so Zarya actually does less damage per second than Symmetra does, but of course they're both worse than zero. Bastion, I bet, is about around 300 damage per second, maybe 250. No, I think it's higher than that, maybe 270 damage per second. Bastion, Wiki. Obviously, Symmetra has a little bit of range, but it's not far enough to make a... That's not it. $360 damage per second. Not even close. And I would say there are very similar downsides. Bastion's much bigger than Symmetra is, right? And there's obviously kit that's associated with this. But I would say in terms of charge mechanic, yeah. I don't think Symmetra's charge makes up for how short the range is on it and how fast it falls off. Is 2 and 1. 3 to 2 in 2 seconds, and 2 to 1 in 1.5 seconds. So 3.5 seconds if you don't touch someone, it'll go down both levels. You have a half a second of grace time between reloading to save yourself from going down a level, which is not long, especially if you have to dip behind cover to reload. Not long. They basically nerf Symmetra by giving her a faster recharge, or faster charge, but then also decays much faster now. Charge rate and decay increased by 20%. It matters more because once you get finally charged, trying to go on a streak with it is more difficult. And then she can't fire as long. Can gain ammo from firing at barriers, true. Still think this is a nerf. This is overall a nerf. People thought it was a buff when it wasn't. Yeah, so Reaper is just essentially just better than Symmetra if you're trying to talk about damage-wise. Her right-click on Symmetra is a joke that you can kind of use at range, and other than that...
From imperfection, we build a new world.
Lots of ways. It's kind of sad when you look at a game like this and you see, like, a bunch of potential. Everyone likes talking about potential, right? There's tons of games that fuck things up when they have potential and they just don't do anything with it. Even prior to them switching from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, like, they didn't really, I don't think it was like a net win going from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. In terms of rebalancing the game. I don't think one tank is healthy for the game. And I think a lot of the balancing changes they made, they just wanted to get rid of... wanted to get away from the shield meta, right? And they could have done that without swapping everything and fucking it up. And neutering Mei.
From imperfection, we build a new world.
There's a Bastion. I don't know where my other turret went. Oh, I see. Yeah, you need like an extra 15 or 20% on a range. 15% I would say is pretty safe. Uh-oh. Bye. Got it off before I died, so works for me. Has presence on the battlefield, still there when I'm dead, if I'm not alive.
A chance to act on my observations. We are outnumbered.
Uh-oh. No, I'm not, Kiriko. Why don't you care about my mental health? Uh-oh.
New revelations have come to light. Let the Kitsune guide you! Time for the reckoning!
Motherfucking bitch. Die for the team.
Such a lack of awareness.
Good. But yeah, even after getting to level 3 charge, like if you face against a Reaper or a Bastion, you're just going to get pooped on. And her right click does not make up for that. Teleporter does not make up for that. The little mini sentries are kind of nice, but a lot to offset just pure damage.
I'm here to support you, but you have to put in the work.
I need... What? Okay. Well.
Good.
Bye, team. It needs to make a bing sound too when a turret comes up. Bong! Bing! Or maybe like an egg timer dink? Something. Maybe it doesn't, I just don't notice it's too quiet if it is.
Turret materialized.
I just ate Junker Queen on the right.
No path is completely certain. Helden sterben nicht. Yaki param vastavik.
There we go. Have fun. Like, he can just fucking walk in there and step on your dick, guys, and I have to sit there and fuck with the tank to try and get charged. And then it just falls off right away.
I am born again from fire.
Yeah.
Let's do it faster.
Okay.
Heel to this beat.
It's fun. Shouldn't have went with Reaper. He wasn't even aiming for me, guys.
A chance to act on my observations.
Try something different this time.
Aligning sentry positions.
That sucks. Nope. Good. Our Reaper has 12,000 damage and 23 limbs. Their Drunk Queen is 45. What the fuck happened before I arrived? I just got headshot? What? No, didn't make it in time. Just came up, guys. Yeah, I think Symmetra's just a shitbird. I think it's just the way it is. She's... I said it was what I thought Hanzo was one of the shittiest DPS in the game. Maybe it's Symmetra. Like, it feels great and everything when you get to level 3 and just run people over. If you can get to level 3. But you can do that a lot better with a Bastion or a Reaper. By far. Well, she does have some area control abilities and her shield. Reaper isn't just damage either. Who do I think was the worst DPS in the game? I think I originally said Hanzo, and sometimes even Pharah. Huh.
From imperfection, we build a new world.
Yeah, no, I think Symmetra might be one of the worst DPS in the game. Maybe Hanzo.
Stay close.
Not to say she couldn't easily be fixed, but... You have to get right in there and try to tickle them with your laser beam and get it to level 3. Tracer? Nah. Tracers with aimbots are fucking obnoxious. Whether that's an aimbot or...
3, 2, 1.
actual really good aim. Speaking of Pharah. Like, well, I'm sitting here fucking trying to charge my dick, guys. There's a Reaper literally running around, destroying people's faces. Do we have a Reaper? No, we have a Pharah. As well. Tracer sucks mainly because he just run into damage you don't expect to actually run into. Actually, I think that was our Pharah. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll eventually get there, guys. I wanted to actually watch that. Good. Beat over here without going off? We could. You have to really good aim. Look at that. Look how long it fucking takes me to fucking hit. Oh my god. Hey, buddy.
I finished my project.
Good. You think I got a good angle in there? Oh my god, that's theirs. Oh my god, I'm full charge for once. Wow. No, I don't want your artillery. Don't worry, reloading, half a second, 1 second. Half a second before I discharge. Don't worry, working on it. Hey, buddy. Yeah, it almost seems like you should charge maybe, or maybe not even charge faster, you just shouldn't discharge. Oh no, you should definitely charge faster. That's not what we want. That's not where we want to go. No. Wallpaper change. Not long enough. It's not long enough. That's what she said. Buddy. Bye. I'm gonna die. Oh, no, I died. Did she actually shoot me, or did I just bleed out? No, I think I just bled out. Good? Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Give me charge juice. Give me the charge juice. Buddy. And we got more limbs, but 1,000 less damage than a McCree. And I do not think the rest of our kit makes up for that, so. This will carry. Ours also do really well. Yep. Yep. Meanwhile, Bastion does 2 times my damage, and he doesn't need a charge. I mean, he's like twice the size and width, but I don't know. It's kind of funny that some people said Bastion just sucks. It's kind of funny in and of itself. It's a tank breaker. Oh my god, we got upvoted. Upvote the healers. There we go. Reciprocity, guys. And like, I don't think the older iterations of Symmetra were bad. I don't think the new iteration of Symmetra is bad. I think it's all on how they're tweaking the small numbers behind the iteration. Like after they have the mechanics out. Like her, she definitely needs a dick extension, though. I think that's like first and foremost. She needs extra dick extension.
From imperfection, we build a new world. I will see this task completed. Good kid.
Systems calibrated for maximum cooperative behavior.
Her right click's pretty terrible, though.
4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocked.
Taking shape. Advancing upwards. One of you numpties owes me a pint.
Placing a turret here.
Follow me. I'm here to support.
Hey, buddy. I don't think she realizes. Yeah. Oh, I'm completely discharged again. Don't worry. Can't carry this on. Buddy. He's gonna try and wall this. May also kind of sucks because she can't fucking. We're gonna do it because I can. No other reason other than wasting my ult right here. Yeah.
Let's take him to the other. Start the push.
Yeah.
Teleportation portal opened. We move swiftly. Distributing turrets.
Okay, not where I want to put it, but you know. There's Ryan Step, Goose stepping towards me, which I'm gonna lose to. Bye! Oh, okay. We aren't leaving. I think she actually was freezing me too. Yes, she was. That still works. It used to be you could freeze faster. Oh my god, Mercy, what are you doing? Still doing half the damage of Bastion right there. Should be a dome. That'd be... I don't know. She just realized I could charge off that. Hey guys. I could feel that. I saw the May there. I could feel that going, what are you doing? What are you doing? That was an odd pause. What are you doing? Maybe if you could toggle between a dome or, I mean, you can make all sorts of shapes like Fortnite shit or whatever. I don't fucking know. Sure, there's a lot of options there. I don't think that would explicitly help that fact that she's kind of just impotent. Her ability to control, like, do damage is very impotent. Despite her having a laser dick. Okay. Headshot, headshot. Okay. I'm pretty sure a friend here toggled. That's what she was doing, jerking off in the corner earlier. Good. Let's find out. Fun, fun, fun. I haven't really been reporting anyone for cheating, as you guys have noticed. Mainly because I'm playing different characters other than Pharah. And depending on what's going on, it's very difficult to actually, like, consistently get people doing stuff, or cheating, compared to Pharah. Oh, I almost got... I need that, Anna. There we go. Yeah, just let your DPS die to Reinhardt. Just let him die! Don't come over here. Let your DPS die. Yeah. I don't think, I mean, it'd be cool, but I don't think that would really help her out of the position. It's basically, she's in a damage problem right now, as I think. In order for her to do damage, she has to take way too much risk. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Let me get around your side so I can kill you. Thank you. Did you just leave? Yep. That, her turrets need to regen too fast, or faster too. You can even double that, I'd say. Like, he can just bulldog me. Dude! Kill her, Mercy! Kill him! Mercy! That was your time to shine! She could have went in there and bulldog Reinhardt. Huh. It's actually, it's still kind of weird how you can shoot into someone's protected spawn. It's always been weird in my opinion. But, you know. 5 turrets again. Maybe. Once again, I think the real problem, though, is her damage, her laser dick. Just, like, starting there. Like, it's not that necessarily she might need more buffs, because she might. I'm a sheep. Kippers. Oh, no. Mom probably gave me accolades there, too. Oh my god, not playing Pharah, guys? I get all sorts of endorsements when I don't play Pharah. Weird. Pharah is 100% a hate magnet. But, like, I think it's... If they give her 5 turrets, then it's like you start... I don't know. Like, I never had anything against Symmetra when she was more of a base builder. Just the same thing with Torbjorn. And I think they preemptively popped the gun on making them something that they weren't necessarily to begin with. And honestly, it definitely feels like you could make... Like, one of the things I like about TF2, and occasionally we circle back to it, I didn't play that much TF2. I have a decent amount of TF2, though. But, like, with... depending on how you equip your characters, you can make almost a completely different character, right? Like, there is enough customization in the game where you can make a new character. And maybe that leaves leeway for new characters in the game, which is entirely possible. But I think they actually preemptively jumped on switching Torbjorn and Symmetra out of their base builder role, and they might not have needed to do that. That being said, even if you could deploy 5 turrets as Symmetra, her regen rate on her turrets isn't fast enough where you could actually, you know, meaningfully do that, so... And people can just insta-kill them. Starting to find it's more you have to keep up with it in the middle of battle. It's more harassment from all sorts of angles. And if she had a faster turret regen, she could do that more easily, right? Where you're just basically, after you deploy them, you're basically out for the rest of the game. You know how to instantly get in a queue, guys? You join the practice range.
From imperfection, we build a new world. You must...
Like that.
Traveling to Dorado.
But yeah, I think you could almost say, like, it's kind of weird how they go through, like, iterations of characters. Like, you could actually make different levels of how much you want to buff the character and what you're going to tackle. I think first she needs to be, they need to look at a range extension on her laser dick, and then go from there. And of course, you can just completely overhaul the character's kit, too, if you want to. Don't need to. I think it'd be like laser dick extension, and then how long she can maintain the charge after charging it.
Do you intend to be struck in the head?
And maybe a critical multiplier for headshots. You can poke someone's eyeball out. Even that might just be enough. Turrets have problems though, but that comes down to... Right. Like, if I make some preemptive turrets here... No, I don't want to make that there. That wasn't meant for me, Genji. That wasn't meant for there either. Like, is that really enough to offset the fact that you have to charge it to level 3? I don't think so, and you still do less than Reaper does. Might not even need the critical multiplier if she can maintain her charge better and have a slightly longer range. You could even make it range based or level based. Heal me, Cart! Heal me! I think Reinhardt was eating my heals. What? Okay. I want to go with that. Buddy. Oh. Nope, he died. Did Ryan go up with me? He did! Oh, that's funny. Nope. It'd also be nice if they made the model smaller or something. I think they do that, so, oh, I almost put that in a bad spot. I see. That's our Genji, apparently. Why is there 2 abilities make you...
The payload is under my protection. Join me.
I don't know how to spell sensu bean. Too bad I don't have fucking new turrets to put up. Instead, I'm just sitting here using my mouse too, and it's fucking terrible. Absolutely terrible. Good. Absolutely fucking terrible ability. I'm pretty sure our Baptiste is cheating. Not completely sold on that yet, but very certain that our Baptiste is cheating. But not completely certain. But pretty certain that he's cheating. I guess our Hog left. Or Winston left. Good. Yep.
I finished my projects.
Sense of being Dragon Ball reference, by the way. That just heals you to full. That makes complete sense, but you know. Alright. I'll take it. Bye, Anna. Put up enough where you couldn't kill me with someone else, so.
There is always more to learn. Constructing my teleporter.
Thought about using my wall, but I'm not going to do that. It's just me and the bridge, so.
I will not lose focus.
My ultimate is charging.
Alright.
We can't move until the
Behold my creation. Wall in
I don't know how good that is. We'll find out. Ball's gone. Lots of spam. Hey, look, guys, my charge is gone. Right when I need it the most. And my charge is gone again. Find the doorway. There it is.
my condition is improved.
Yep.
Over there.
Why even bother with the right click? The right click is so horrid. I'd rather fucking go in and die than, oh my god, than I would to use the fucking right click. It's horrible. I can't say. Oh, I'd win, excuse me. It's quitting time. Idwin says it's quitting time, so everybody, all the pool guys, it's quitting time.
I finished my project.
Why even fucking bother?
Teleportation portal.
Why even fucking bother with the right click? It is horrible. It is beyond horrid.
Aligning sentry positions. The way is clear.
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna insta-die. It's fine. I think it was Junkrat that mainly killed me too. But luckily, even if I die, my teammates can use it, so, you know. And they all died too, apparently. Like, this feels horrible just using it. At least with the old balls, people could, like, wander into it twice. Who do you think he's going after, guys? No. I should have put down my turret, guys. My teleporter, not turret. No. Lovely tire.
Is completely settled.
We really need the payload to move.
I'm ready to unleash my primal rage.
Can I tell them how to use? I want to use my teleporter, like announce in my E key. No.
Constructing my teleporter. Aligning sentry positions.
God. Hi, Bob.
Efficient defenses. Teleportation portal
Look at me teleport. Look at me teleport. I hope your mom gets cancer, Junk. Yes, that means you did well. Congrats. Why aren't you mad? Why aren't you mad? Okay. Peaches, obviously a female name. Cows go moo. Obviously, I don't know what's going on there, but he deserves an endorsement because we endorse people now. So we get endorsements back. Alrighty, guys. Idowin says it is quitting time, so we have to quit now. Which just happens to be when he gets online is exactly when I'm done with streaming. So, because it's 4 a.m. So, yeah, we did some Symmetra tonight, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Symmetra, I think, in general, needs a lot of help, regardless of me playing her and regardless of me not being obviously super amazing. Her laser dick needs some, she needs some copium. Maybe some Viagra. She needs some Viagra, I think. Yeah, it doesn't grow big enough. It doesn't get long enough. It takes too long, and then you lose it right away. So, and it's still inferior to Reaper for sure, and to Bastion, which Bastion's downside, I guess, is the fact that he's like twice as wide as Symmetra is. So he's a fat guy, but he does 2 times your DPS and doesn't need to charge it. So, yeah. I don't know, guys. Yeah, regardless of performance on her, I think she's just honestly just not a good character. I'd actually put her at kind of possibly the bottom of the tier of characters. It takes too much risk to get her charged. Her dick needs to be longer by maybe 15 or 20%, I would say. You could even make it grow with charge. You could make it grow with charge. There's a lot of options here. We talked about a bunch of them during the stream. Make it grow with charge. You can make her do more damage when she gets more charge and make it get smaller. You can make the damage fall off so it doesn't fall off as fast, which definitely seems like something she needs. You can make it so she can get crits by shooting people in the eyeball with it. You know, you get to poke them in the eye and then get crit damage. Stuff like that. There's a lot of options here, but Symmetra needs help. She is still a pretty terrible character. Yeah. And I still think she got nerfed with the buff in January. I think it was January or December. I think she actually got buffed, or nerfed, excuse me. When everyone said she got buffed because she charges faster, I think she got nerfed. Because once you finally get charged and everyone's running away from you, you can't maintain that charge. So it's more difficult to maintain charge than it is to charge it in the first place, in my opinion, because people don't consider you a threat until you're charged. And yeah, and then you lose it right away. So it actually, and then you can't maintain it for as long as well, because not just the fall off for it, but also because you consume more ammo. We talked about this, which also just overall lowers her damage. When you have less ammo, it lowers your overall damage. So, yeah. I don't know, guys. I guess I didn't want to play Symmetra a bit. She's a fun character in general, just because she's different. And I generally enjoy different characters for the most part. So, yeah. I don't know, guys. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, make sure the follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on going my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Definitely not on Farrah's level, but that's, I guess, the way that it is, so. Innuendo galore. Everyone loves innuendo. Well, prudes don't like innuendo, but most people like innuendo. A good double entendre? How do you pronounce it? Double entendre? Double entendre? Some innuendo. Double entendre? Double entendre. That can't be right. You hear that? There we go.
Double entendre.
There we go. We could do UK too, apparently.
Double entendre.
Sound very Queenglish. But alrighty, guys, I'm out here for this evening. I don't know. We'll see what we're going to play tomorrow. Maybe we'll play more Symmetra. I don't know. Farrah seems to be the go-to for figuring out what's wrong with my shit as it goes, so we'll see. But I am out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day. I think I went over this already. From late night to early morning, GMT-6, 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. It depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. The usual shenanigans, guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2s. I think I repeated my outro twice, but that's the way that it happens sometimes. So, yeah, good. But, alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. If you live up north, by the way, stay warm. It is very cold right now. Bye!